I'm starting a little bit early before Joe gets here, so that we can run ads, so that people will not have pre-rolls whenever he advertises. So hello, welcome. Hello, Double Jumper, Lydiasmi, Orentios, Pepega. Hello. I'm gonna press the add button, and Joe will be here soon. I'm saving your life from this awful shit route. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I saw you posting about it. I mean, there's no one holding a gun to your head and making you finish the 100 line, right? I'll say thank you while we're here. Thank you, Scruffix, for resubbing when I was offline, I think. Thank you, Naya, for resubbing with High Mouse. Hello, Naya. Nice to see you. And thank you, Anne Passant, for resubbing. Nice to see you, too. Hello, hello, Paquetto. And how you doing? I need to check my voice assignments. How you doing has sent them to me. I will post Discord stuff and announcements in 2 minutes when ads over. Hello, Koyula. Oh, good afternoon, last curry rice. Happy Pride. Happy Pride, Pelzifer. Happy Pride, everyone. The stream is like an onion. It has layers. Was the 100 line riffing off of Shrek there, or is it just sort of like did they both just independently come to those conclusions as writers? Do you think? Yeah, Happy Pride, Sigh. Yeah. This route was written by the Boruto author. I don't know what Boruto is, but it sounds like Naruto, and I have no idea if they're related or not. Has Joan sworn fealty to you this Pride Month? Yeah. Yeah, of course. I jump scared you while you were getting your tea shot. Well, congratulations on your shot. But why did you have the stream open while you were getting it? Boruto is Naruto's son. That could be true, or it could be a joke, and there's nothing that can tell me which. That's okay. Underline is going to be really funny when I stream it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Thanks, Paste5H, for resubbing. I was watching a Baldur's Gate 3 VOD and also somehow got jump scared. Imagine how upsetting it would be if I just appeared on the Baldur's Gate 3 streams and it was just like a 1 day break from Joe's regular save file, and it was our save file instead, where we're playing like chaotic good and everybody is still alive. Gale and Lazelle are both in the party. And then we go back to the hell zone afterward for the rest of the stream. Just get if it was April Fool's coming up instead of already past, I would suggest that the April Fool's stream be doing one good Baldur's Gate day and then back to the madness. Oh well. Mouse says it's Baldur's Gate 3 streams to explain the intricacies of the plot. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna go and just you don't understand. Astarion is like a tragic figure. No, like I get that he's like a pathetic twink, but like also he's like tragic. No, like you need to understand, like he's like it's a tragedy. Are you familiar with like the structures of Greek tragedies? Like it's like he's a tragic figure. Irene says hi. Oh no, tell Irene I said hi too. Is this chat pro Higurashi? Good question. Good question. I think that the community here is mixed opinions on Higurashi. Was I happy that Joe correctly deduced his tragic plot and defended him from that? Yeah, I was. Mouse's type is Victorian twinks. Often true, yeah. Ascended Astarion or non-ascended? I prefer the latter. But you know, I had someone tell me a route in Underline was supposed to be bad, and I was crashing. I know what it's supposed to be bad. No, it's like you're meant to read it like that though. No, but like they meant it that way. Joe is just taking a minute, by the way. He's making some coffee. I should make some coffee too, but I didn't do that, and so here we are. Maybe I'll like order some Starbucks or something during break. Joe takes notes, watch TikToks on how to be a Victorian twink, ends up doing sick Victorian child TikTok stream, and thanks Mouse for the roses. I show up to Joe's house and he's in full Lies of P cosplay. You don't understand, he's bad at Time Guesser on purpose. Do you know the reason I refuse to do Time Guesser on stream is that I'm even worse at it than he is, and chat would be so mean to me. Chat would be so mean. Even this chat would be mean to me if I did Time Guesser on stream. Y'all wouldn't be able to hold yourselves back. It would be really bad. It's just better this way. Chat is vile during Time Guesser, yeah. Joe's kind of Gustav core if he worked on it. Yeah, that's probably true, yeah. He'd need to wear tighter pants. Mouse, hello. Bad luckness disease. You would be so nice. Yeah, you're literally nice. That's true, yeah. Yeah, you'd be so nice during Time Guesser. I also don't know any of the flags. Can I do Uminakoto? There are spoilers in it. I can't be doing that. They almost killed someone and put their head on a pike for playing, for putting a song in stream chat that hasn't been played on stream yet. You think I can do Uminakoto and not get fucking, burned at the stake? Like, what do you mean? Mouse, how many Discord orbs for an Oops All Dull stream? How many are there? I guess there probably are 4 hours of dulls, but that sounds like a really specific type of purgatory to be in. Just more and more over and over. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
Pretty good. I have a
I'm echoing in your mic.
Turn you down. Okay.
Okay. All right. They were just asking what it would take for me to do an all dulls stream.
An all dulls stream?
Yeah, just 4 hours of getting sent dulls over and over.
Are there enough to fill 4 hours? I guess it's a pretty popular format at this point, yeah.
Yeah. Did you do your dulls today?
I did not do my dulls today, no. Wait, did I do connections? I might have done connections. 1 second.
Okay. Umineko podcast was so funny. I got it in my own head because I realized if I was on it, I would talk for an hour about how I didn't understand the story at all when I read it, followed by a recommendation to read Echo. Yeah, that sounds about right, August. They just messaged me about going on again. I wanna see if there's stuff I would like actively want to talk about, or I could wait to go on it and drag Joe along after he's done.
Ooh. I did connections. I did Wordle. I did Jodel. I did not do Gamedle. Oh, I did do Gamedle. I didn't do Vandal. I didn't do Time Guesser, and I didn't do Scrandle. So if you want to do Scrandle together, we could do Scrandle if you haven't done Scrandle.
Nah. There's people here who are looking forward to the Sekimeya, believe it or not.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. But I have been live for a bit. Okay, I'm gonna post my announcements.
Okay, you can do it too.
Okay. Alright. Have you heard about Famicom Detective Club? No, I have not. Oh, I see it though. Okay, interesting. Is this on PC at all, or is it only on Switch? Oh, it's old. I see. Only in Switch? No, I don't have a capture card. I could play it off stream. Okay, I'll remember to post in Umineko Den this time. There we go. Godot,
Oh, excuse me.
Godot, what's your opinion? You know when I like things. Would I like Famicom Detective Club?
Famicom Detective Club.
They're too sexist? Okay, well. Happy Pride, everyone. Happy Pride, Joe.
Happy Pride. Happy Pride.
Yeah.
I'm proud to be proud.
There you go. What an ally,
Yeah.
folks. What an ally.
Yeah. Well, such an ally. Isn't Famicom the Nintendo Super Famicom whatever or
Maybe?
what does Famicom mean?
I don't know. Family Computer Disk System.
Oh,
A home video
so
game console.
so home video game console detective club?
I guess so. Oh, Famicom equals the NES. I see. Thank you. Don't forget to congratulate Sai. Happy Pride. Yeah, happy Pride, Sai. I asked Godot if he wanted to patch in a rainbow shirt for Sai, and he said he doesn't need it, which I think is just big energy. Really hope for Katsuki coming out as a former nice guy and criticizing his behavior. I think that we're seeing an earlier part of that process, if last stream is anything to judge by. He's still in on the pipeline. 100 years on the egg chair, that's right. Can I hijack the Umineko podcast next time to talk about Sekimeya the whole time? No, if somebody makes a Sekimeya podcast, I'll go on that. We've given the Sekimeya enough advertising for anybody's satisfaction, I think. Should I open it up? Should we start doing the thing we're here to do?
Sure, I'm just kind of I don't know after eating some food I'm kind of spaced out a little bit. I'm hoping this coffee hits me.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you want me to...
I don't mean to be quiet.
No, you're okay.
Just kinda...
Do you want to just sit there and I'll just boot up episode 2 of Higurashi and stream that instead, and then you can just watch and give live sports commentary.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Ooh. Wow. No. Huh.
Make a soundboard of yourself. Yeah, to Angel Mort we go. Interesting play by Keiichi on this one.
Exactly.
Did you miss Higurashi episode 1? No, we're not actually streaming Higurashi. Don't worry about it. Okay. All right. No pressure, but if Sekimeya doesn't end today, how you will explode. There's no way we're getting through all of it. We're like less than halfway through this thing for sure.
Yeah. Easily, yeah. Unless it's just all chapter 1. There is no chapter 2.
Yeah.
Got you. Like
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All I wanted to just set up. I got my link out. I'm ready to go whenever you are.
Okay. I have it on stream. We're here. I haven't watched any Sekimeiya streams. Can you give me a beat by beat rundown of the plot? No. You could go watch the streams though if you wanted.
There's a bunch of people, they're stuck in a building, and there's an egg that when you touch the egg, sometimes it makes you go back in time, and it's a lot of overlapping characters and stories, or with the time travel, they're figuring it out. That's it. We don't really know much else at the moment. Yeah.
You're a nicer
some
streamer
people are
than
dying.
I am. Wow.
Some people are dying, some people are being murdered. It's unclear. A lot of it is we are confusion right now. So I'm also getting stunlocked by some message in chat right now that I'm not sure if I should read out loud, but it's from Diamond Aeon 404. I think it's about the podcast that you're on, or is it a different podcast? What is that?
I think okay. Sorry. We're talking about the Umineko podcast that I went on, and it basically just talking about how someone in the comments said that Ryukishi is the only leftist woke lolicon because he does a lot in his work that has to do with thinking really seriously about the effect of like abuse on children and like children's rights and stuff, but he clearly has like the early 2000s. At least then he had like the early 2000s like compartmentalization going on, where he can also write the kind of shit that goes into Higurashi. And so you end up with really weird stuff happening where like both of those things happen in the same piece of work. I think I assume that's what they were referring to.
Okay. Don't want to say that out loud.
Nope. Thanks Terraflop for resubbing. Welcome back.
Okay, yay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you,
okay,
Sister Weeby.
Yay. Don't worry about it, kitten. All right. Dominic. I'll unpin it. Okay. So I think I sent you the voice assignments. Did you get those?
Yep, I got them.
Okay. I don't remember mine, but I'm told that I should start narration at the beginning of this stream.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
The elevator stopped abruptly.
Oh, I can't see it.
Oh, you're so right. Oh.
I didn't know you had it up yet. Sorry.
I do this every week, don't I? Okay, here we go. Now it's there. Oh, Jelly is raiding. Jelly, good timing, Jelly, unironically. Welcome, Jelly Raiders. Hello, Merrick. Nice to see you.
Hey, Merrick, how's it going?
Peanut butter jelly time? Oh my god. We're getting stunlocked by ancient memes. Oh.
Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly.
Thanks for dropping by, Jelly. I hope you enjoy your D&D. Katsuki's going to check on Shiroya, who said, "Don't follow me." Did I miss anything? That's a good point. Let's see what was occurring.
Oh yeah, that is a good point. What exactly happened at the end of last stream? I can't remember.
So we met second Shiroya. Sai is doing his disappearing act. So what happened last was that Sai and Akaro appeared, and it was that weird confusion where they were obviously from like a different timeline where Mia is alive, because they don't know who Shiroya is, or like they know Shiroya and think that she's dead. And then Shiroya in the new clothes ran to the attic and said not to follow her, and now they ignored that and they're following her to the attic.
Should we just hold down control for like 10 minutes and then just read the overviews of the scenes?
You know what I like on this screen? All of the empty notes sections where we could have been taking notes and just couldn't be fucked. I've thought about going back off stream and taking relevant notes during these sections so that we can have like a fighting chance at remembering anything that happened later on. But I don't think highly of our chances.
I think that the overview is the reason why we haven't done that. Like it's doing a lot of notes for you. It's good. Yeah, the overview is good.
Yeah, that's true. And Stream One, you were happy with the note system? I love the note system. I'm really glad it's here. I'm absolutely not using it, even though it's good to have. Thank you, Kaylee Goal, for the bits. Sending cheers for the monthly extra cheddar points. I'll leave so I don't get spoiled. Have a good Seki stream and a happy Pride month. Happy Pride, Kaylee. Multiple people in my Discord have started reading Sekimeiya on their own. Yeah. I know.
The influencer,
yeah. All right.
The name of your memoir.
Yeah, The Influencer. What a fucking, oh god. Oh, I thought I would knew. I thought I knew the one thing I'd be remembered for, but it keeps getting worse and worse. Anyway, shall we continue?
Mm-hmm. So I am these 5. One of these is making me question mark, but okay. All right, let's go.
This includes chapter 2 assignments, so
okay.
That's what I'm told. Merrick says if this was Joe's playthrough, the notes would consist of a single ASCII art decoy. Probably true. Did you watch Split Fiction when he spent some time making one in Split Fiction? You're actually correct. Okay, anyway. The elevator stopped abruptly. It couldn't have been going too fast, but as it ceased all movement, it propelled us upward and we slammed to the floor. I felt my right hand burning. I looked at it and saw a cut. Is this you?
What? You're bleeding.
That's you. Okay. I could only process the intense pain coming from the wound. While I couldn't comprehend how it had happened, I understood I had cut my hand with the handrail when our bodies lifted, as it had been right above me. Blood poured out and pain poured in equally. Overwhelmed, Irina tried to open the door.
What? We stopped on the 3rd floor.
I'd experienced that situation once already. Had we been intercepted again? The vast amount of blood leaving my body prevented me from thinking about it, and instead, I started to feel disoriented.
How bad is this cut? Whoa. Nobody's here. I didn't press the button either.
There's no music right now. There's only like a heartbeat sound that keeps happening occasionally. We'll have to test music later.
We need to stop the bleeding. We could use something from the attic.
No way, it hurts so much. Fuck! It wasn't too deep of a wound, but the bleeding would take a while to stop. I wouldn't pass out from it, so all I could think about was the intense pain. However, the one thought that came to me was what I needed. I had to get rid of the wound. It hurt way too much to spend the entire remaining time without medical assistance, and I needed to have a clear mind. I could only accomplish that. I could accomplish that. I only had to travel back in time. Perhaps the pain blinded me, but without a second thought, I yanked the door inward and pressed the button to go back to the 1st floor.
What are you?
Her voice cut off, and I began to descend. It was fine. I'd only take a detour. After I got rid of that ridiculous pain that wouldn't let me think properly for a long time to come, I'd go up to find Shiroya. I could even go earlier. The single requirement was the Sekimeya. I had to activate it and replicate an earlier position of myself without the wound, retrieving all of my lost blood in the process. I had to do it quickly so that there wouldn't be many possible locations to replicate after the wound. The doors opened, so I dashed out of the elevator as fast as I could, forcing my eyes shut to suppress the pain. I ran to the event room, a fair amount of blood dripping off my hand. I knew I'd have to wait a few minutes to activate it, but that was necessary. However, since I clearly didn't know much about how the replicated location operated, I could only hope it would actually work.
This is a weird turn.
It is.
What?
Yeah. I felt the room was a bit colder than before. I uncovered the curtain. Oh. Why? It wasn't there. Behind the glass, there was only a crimson cushion, and the glass wasn't fully shut, which cooled my face while I stared in denial. Fuck, do I have to search for it? Sai, Akaro, even Shiroya, they all could have taken it. It was alright. I tried to tell myself. I would have had to wait a few minutes before activating the Sekimeya anyway. Since someone had removed it from the cabinet for me, I'd just have to spend that time searching for it, as it was already storing energy. But desperately searching by myself sounded overwhelming. I wouldn't stop losing blood anytime soon, making me more and more tired. The pain wasn't suddenly going to fade, and there was no way I would be able to tolerate it until 9 o'clock on top of everything else. I closed the glass and nervously stepped into hallway B, where I still found no trace of anyone. Slowly, I'd begun to perceive 2 things. The strange smell felt very strong and prominent. I wasn't sure that meant anything. I still didn't know where it was coming from or what it signified. However, it felt more noticeable than it had on previous occasions.
Oh yeah, the
second
smell.
thing.
Sometimes they can smell the Sekimeya, can't they?
Yeah, like when it's used, it leaves... Oh, shit.
Yeah. Oh,
Second thing was a thought. I knew I looked just like Irina had previously, so I found myself suddenly coming back to something she'd recently said. That's nonsense. I'm going to the past, so I'll prevent Isla from dying. She had completely refused Sai's claim that the past couldn't be changed. My mind might have been clouded, but I started to doubt my past conclusions, feeling that Irina's words could hold some weight. I wanted to go to the past, so what if I changed it? Would the universe really not allow it? I had been working under that assumption, but that concept had become to feel nonsensical to me. If I actively wanted to change the past, there was no way I couldn't do it, and I didn't particularly mind trying it. I'm mad. We're opening stream by making me mad. Are you mad?
Mad. I'm mad.
Are you mad?
Yeah, I'm mad. I'm mad. I'm mad that also Arena just like said a line and then it's just going along with us in the background without saying anything. You have 2 subs, by the way, and you know I have no ulterior motive whatsoever for pointing that out.
Thank you, Q, for resubbing. This level of time travel is possible for Ace Icon, Furuto Erica. What do you think, everyone? Thank you, Q, and thank you, Kiryu's Big Naturals, for subbing. Welcome. You just wanted to hear me say Big Naturals?
Yeah. Yeah.
Joe delaying the stream so he can send me bit messages to get me to read things. Thank you, Mouse and Joe. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right. I entered the cleaning room and scanned it with my eyes. How would the universe stop me from changing what had been decided? I wanted to find out. 3 streams later.
While bleeding to death.
While
this is the moment he picked.
Many things around me pointed at the fact that Shiroya would die at one point, and even though she was alive, she had purposely left me in the dark. If I could deviate from that reality, I would. Fortunately, finding out if it was possible appeared to be fairly easy. I looked at the crystal room B6, but the sheer number of cabinets was dizzying. I didn't have the strength to inspect all of them, so I backed off toward the staff room. When my mentality hadn't been to alter the past, everything had automatically played out as I'd once lived it. I wanted to see what would happen if I consciously attempted to alter the past through my actions. I'd already tried it once, but how could Sai's and Akaro's words make any sense? Weren't their realities completely different from mine? Had they traveled in time and altered the events they remembered? Was that why the effect had only worked on them while the reality I knew was completely different from theirs? I couldn't tell if I was deluding myself or somehow not making sense, but I felt like I must have been able to change the past, and that it had happened to other people while we'd coexisted in a single timeline. If nothing of consequence could come out of time travel, what was the point of it anyway? Perhaps it would complicate it all even further, throwing everything into more disarray. But why would I care about that? I'd be able to change things anyway if that were the case. Not attempting it was stupid. Agreed. True. Oh, Kiryu's Big Natural has asked, hey, random question. Any chance you play any of the Yakuza games on stream? I'm like really passionate about Yakuza, man. No plans to play them anytime soon, but I'm not discounting the possibility. How about that?
Zero was pretty good. Do you want me to read for a bit, or is it going to become a big part for me soon?
I have no idea when is a big part for you, but it will be coming, so I don't know. I'll just keep going for now, and if Hao-Yu says you should take over, then...
Okay.
I could only open 2 lockers, so the task was far more bearable than checking inside every cabinet. I was already staggering, so I had very little hope of finding the Sekimeya before I couldn't continue. I opened Naomi's locker, but the Sekimeya wasn't inside. The other one was locked, so I took out the key and unlocked it. In the top compartment was the Sekimeya. I didn't care how strange that was. Had it teleported back? How could I know? I only wanted to use it so that I could think straight once again. As I was holding the key with my left hand, I extended my right one, mixing the pain of the wound with a burn that made my sight warp. Oh.
Hold on one second. So it was in the locker, right?
Yep.
And then it was in the cabinet. And
Yep.
but then when it was in the cabinet, it wasn't in the locker anymore. And now it's not in the cabinet, and now it's in the locker. So that's once again supporting the theory that there's 2 different versions of the building, and someone must have used the Sekimeya downstairs when they went in the elevator, and then they also switched in the elevator, and now now it's back in the other time. Why are they not getting healed or whatever, or why is there their belongings not changing? Is that only the person who uses the Sekimeya?
I'm not sure. I also don't know why only Sai transported and not Arena on the last one. Yeah. The Sekimeya just does what it wants. It just does that.
It does, yeah. It just does that, yeah.
Oh, thank you, Azrael Cat, for resubbing. Hi, Mouse. I've touched the Sekimeya after my 4-month streak so that I can type a better message. I've knocked my door to distract 3-month Az so that I can type this message instead. This is where the start of my sub message truly begins. Have fun tonight. Oh my god, the layers. There's still a bit until the Joe part. Okay, you can read a bit if you want.
I was at the start of hallway B, looking towards C. Huh? Whoa? I stared at my hand. The wound was still there, but next to no blood was pouring out of it, and it didn't hurt as much. I saw the scar that it had left, which would likely persist for many days. Furthermore, I felt very tired, but my mind was clearer. Wait, what? How is this possible? Why do I still have the wound? What time even is it?
Oh, someone in chat says something interesting. It was the 3 of them that transported and Sai left behind. Oh.
Yeah, didn't we theorize that? I thought that's what we theorized.
I don't remember.
I think we did do that, yeah.
Okay.
I began to walk toward, it wasn't like we thought it for sure. It's like that we floated that possibility. I began to walk toward the event room to check the time, but voices stopped me. I got close to the door and focused my hearing. Just suddenly ran. Honestly, wasn't sure. I recognized the conversation. I'd read approximately a couple minutes before the point only Sai had traveled. Oh!
To interpret the... Did you...
I retreated and went to hallway A through the lobby. The computer screens were still lit, so I walked up to them to check the exact time, trying to avoid the blood on the floor. 6:54, precisely what I'd estimated. For a short time, at least, I could try to experiment and gain some form of knowledge, no matter how small. Feeling like I could trust my judgment a bit better than before, I stepped out and went over to what I'd been thinking. What if I open the door to the event room? It's completely in reach, and if I do it, I'll be changing the past. I was intrigued. I had to accept that nothing made sense to me. Given what I deduced, I shouldn't have kept the wound. I knew I was operating under numerous misconceptions. If I tried to change the past, the result had untold potential to point me in a more accurate direction. I smell a decision coming on, but it was scary. Did paradoxes exist? Would the world crumble if I changed what I'd already experienced? Maybe the universe was pressuring me into accepting what had been decided, but I didn't feel like the pressure was strong enough. I could make any change, and the only thing in my way was myself. However, I didn't want to go too many steps up. Perhaps I could change the past if I really wanted to, but what if I altered my own past actions? I would never end up traveling, so thinking that my existence could be immediately overwritten wasn't an unfounded fear. How could I attempt to change the past while making sure that I could still end up traveling in the same way? In a few minutes, Sai will appear in hallway B from the lobby while Akaro will suddenly show up from hallway A through the event room. Preventing their arrivals could still be too big of a change that might deny my travel from occurring. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized I had nothing else to alter that I could be sure I had definitely changed. It was extremely reckless, but I wanted to try it nonetheless. I wanted to understand what had happened to Shiroya and the rest of us, and although it sounded dangerous in theory, I felt no risk in play. The thought of one of my harmless actions freezing or eradicating the universe simply didn't seem right. So I had an idea, a sound. What? To start off, I could produce a loud sound I knew I hadn't heard. If I managed to make it happen, the past could be changed. I walked up to the storeroom so I'd be able to flee. I still don't want my past self to see me, as the chances of a paradox occurring would certainly increase if it happened, and the single thing I want to know is whether reality could be reshaped. I twisted the knob on the door and pushed it open. It was fully in my reach. I could slam the door and generate a considerably loud sound that hadn't previously existed. Was the universe about to black out? I'd shortly find out, as I really intended to do it. But then, I was using my left hand since the right one still hurt. Perhaps the impact wouldn't be as strong, but there was no way it wouldn't be heard throughout the entire floor.
Really dragging it out.
I remembered Sai's words in the event room. The past can't be changed. He'd gotten to the same conclusion I had earlier, but had he tried it himself, there was no way to be certain without attempting it. Am I making too big of a deal about this? I'm just going to make a sound. I was hesitating. Was it the universe's prediction that no sound would be heard? Like, the personification of the universe is interesting, but there's so many assumptions based in on it, right? Like, he's like, the universe has a consciousness and won't let you do something, and you know, a little change is, you know what, it'll just look the other way, but a big change is like, no, can't do that. It's like, it's an interesting thought process, but like, man, he's dragging it out. Feeling controlled, I moved my arm without thinking. There, that's it. This is a new noise, one that we didn't hear. I had to run away. The world hadn't frozen, and I was still alive. However, all that meant Beatrice asked magic time travel. What the fuck?
Opening and closing the windows.
However, all that meant was that my existence was not a paradox. Letting my past self see me had an inherent problem. He'd know that he'd end up traveling and doing what he'd seen, canceling out the freedom of my own actions. However, that wasn't necessarily the case anymore, as the past version that could see me wouldn't be the same anymore. He would be the one who heard a sound I'd never experienced, so he might not have ended up traveling like I had.
Oh, good lord, Katsuki.
Maybe some of the sounds we've heard early in the story have been this repeated experiment, and we just didn't repeat it because we heard it and we were changed. I ran toward the stairs and quickly disappeared from view. I hadn't edited my memories at all. I still remembered the reality in which no sound had played. It was a potentially massive problem. I could have created a reality in which two versions of myself existed permanently. If I'd separated myself from my past version, who was on the second floor, he wouldn't ever travel and leave his place for me to occupy like what had been happening so far. To understand every consequence, I'd have to wait. However, I'd already learned the most important piece of information. The past could be changed if I wanted it to. On the other hand, nothing would differ unless I intended it to. Maybe they just didn't hear it. I felt a piercing pain and looked at my hand. Running with clenched fists had slightly reopened the wound, and a small amount of blood was dribbling out. If I'd left some behind, it would create a trail to find my whereabouts. I looked at the staircase and saw very little blood. I am not understanding this hand healing, but only partially thing. I'm not getting this at all. Are you getting it, or do you have any theories?
No. No, I don't know what's going on.
The stronger pain was coming back, so I had to cover the wound. I couldn't go back down and use a curtain, but I didn't necessarily want to dirty the clothes in the attic. Instead, I entered the bathroom at my side, figuring a few steps of toilet paper would be enough. Sorry, strips of toilet paper. Toilet paper was far from appropriate or hygienic to cover wounds, but I had to use what I had at my disposal. I kept adding layers until no more blood could be seen. It took a while, but I managed to make it work. I should probably stay here. I don't know if the sound I made was enough to cause a search on the crystal floor, but if it was, they'll find me no matter where I go. Hopefully it didn't trigger one. However, it's possible Shiroya will still suddenly go up. So if I pay attention, I'll hear her whether she uses the elevator or goes on foot. I'm not sure I want to stop her, but I want to know what she went to do. Maybe she saw you and she went up. I waited after sitting down and slightly opening the door. It wasn't enough to see outside, but I hoped I would hear footsteps through the gap. Put my hand in my pocket. I wanted to get rid of the note through the toilet. Strangely, I couldn't find it. It wasn't there, but I hadn't gotten rid of it. I checked all my pockets, but the note was gone. I didn't drop it anywhere, did I? That must mean I didn't appear with it when I traveled. Why though? It was so strange. At least it had dematerialized for good, I supposed. Going off what I'd lived, Shiroya would be going upstairs in 2 to 3 minutes, but I had no guarantee that would repeat. It did not. 5 minutes later, the elevator hasn't been used and nobody had gone up or down the stairs. That was proof of my change. I could change the past. I didn't blame myself for wrongly assuming the opposite for so long, but I'd proved that if I wanted to and was conscious of what I was doing, I could decide to alter history. To finally know with certainty was both terrifying and exhilarating.
I blame him for that.
Dude slammed the door. Less than 2 hours remained until 9 o'clock. The alarm had gone off at about 9:05, and the automatic unlock was rapidly approaching. Was it enough time to try putting things into practice? I still didn't know what consequences would truly come out of my change. Would I permanently have differing memories from the people around me? Would I have to coexist with another Katsuki? As soon as I found out, making use of time travel would become simple. Suddenly, I was presented with a dilemma. 2 hours remain until the front door presumably opens. In about 30 minutes is when I travel to the past, but that might not happen anymore. This means I could have the chance to let the Sekimeya gather power until 9:05. I'm not sure how far back I'd go. Leaving the Sekimeya out of the cabinet for 15 minutes resulted in 20 minutes traveled. Just now, I went back a little over 40, but I don't know how long the Sekimeya was in the locker. It shouldn't have been there to begin with.
I feel like I'm like on the cusp of understanding what's going on. Like I feel like I need like one more piece of information to get it. This is really maddening. It's just, I feel like this is the closest I've felt to understanding it.
Really? You're ahead of me then. I feel like I'm further away from understanding. I don't understand the healing right now. Unless like he traveled. No, it's 40 minutes. I don't understand why his hand still has a wound. I don't get it.
Chat says we have all the pieces. So.
We have all the pieces. Meaning that I have no clue how much the distance traveled advances each minute out of the cabinet. If it goes at a consistent rate, 2 hours wouldn't make me travel incredibly far back. As it stands, I wouldn't appear 2 weeks ago. But what if I did somehow? What if I could save Miya this way and prevent that entire thing? Would another Katsuki get to live a carefree and ignorant life, unaware of today's events while I still had to exist? Alright, so Miya's been here. Do you think a Katsuki has gone back in time, has saved Miya, but accidentally in the process of saving Miya killed Shiroya? So then he's like, takes Miya back to this place 2 weeks later and is like, yo, we have to go here and this time we have to save Shiroya. Or maybe like Shiroya did die in the original and this is even like a different Katsuki to begin with, and it's just like he just keeps flipping between his two friends.
I'm not sure.
A good story would only need one piece and have pirates? Okay, alright. I had to understand how it worked before thinking of applications. If I did something like that, I'd leave behind everything. That included the note I'd found, Shiroya's strange behavior, and everything I'd been attempting to reason out. Of course, the result would more than justify it.
Paquetto says I'll feel like this for the next 20 hours. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah. I went back to a distant thought. Could it be that the shutter wasn't going to move at 9 o'clock so that the Sekimeya would store enough time to grant a lengthy travel? How would that be accomplished? I was thinking about making the recording a reality just because I'd heard it, but I wouldn't complain about the origin of events if I could achieve it. However, I still understood too little about the Sekimeya to consider anything like that. Could I know that waiting a month would be enough to just because that was the time I'd heard in the recording? I let go of that idea. To begin with, I had no way of prolonging our stay, as I had previously considered we couldn't survive for that long without food. Despite my important discovery, the recording still made no sense. I really like this music. In reality, not many things did. I could run through the day's events and find continuous unexplained mysteries. Had someone been changing reality around us, resulting in inconsistent memories and different pasts? That felt too unknowable to consider, and there was virtually no way to know if it had happened. The replicated location, the self-teleportation of the Sekimeya, there were many unknown factors needed to construct a sound plan that involved changing the past. I kept waiting, as I wanted to surpass the point I traveled from. Why didn't Arena come back with us? Wasn't she following us after that, or did she just disappear when we got off the elevator?
I guess she didn't follow us.
I guess so. Minutes later, I thought that going up was probably a good idea. Someone had to have intercepted our elevator trip on the 3rd floor, and it was very possible my change downstairs hadn't influenced their actions at all. If I went up, maybe I would see them. Blood had stopped coming out of my wound, so I removed the toilet paper and flushed it. The sensation was uncomfortable, but it no longer hurt much. I still wasn't sure how I'd managed to injure myself like that, but if it didn't make abrupt motions with my arm, I could tolerate it easily. I walked up to the 3rd floor. There was nobody in sight, so it was best to hide. If this motherfucker hits the elevator button right now, it was possible they would flee if they saw me. I needed to approach them when I knew they were close to the elevator. Enter the second partition, as I estimated a few minutes were left until the time we'd been intercepted. I've been in the lower bathroom for about 20 minutes, so I'd have to wait a little more. Unfortunately, since it was highly unlikely Arena and I would still take the elevator at the same time, I wouldn't have a way to know if I'd missed my target. Once again, the silence gave no indication of the ticking seconds. I waited for minutes before moving back and forth between the second and third partitions, waiting for my cue to get out. It wasn't coming. Would I hear their movements if someone was nearby? I felt I was really close to the time we'd stopped on that floor. I left the offices. The corridor leading to the elevator was empty. I kept staring at it, but I felt no trace of life. Had the impact of my action on the crystal floor been large enough to remove the existence of whoever had initially intercepted us? I turned around and peeked at the opposite hallway where the stairs led to floor 2. I felt no difference. If nobody was around, would I have to present myself downstairs and explain what I'd done? It was me. I made the noise. Oh, huh? The elevator? I ran back and saw something I thought I couldn't see. That's me. And Irina as well. I remember those movements. From a distance, I heard my own yells and saw blood pouring out of my hand. It was repeating. Despite what I'd done, the scene played out just like I remembered it. I backed off, knowing Irina would turn around and see an empty corridor. Then abruptly, my past self closed himself in the elevator and left her outside, puzzled. Oh, he just ditched her on the 3rd floor?
Yeah, apparently.
How is this possible? I know it was a small change, but how is it possible it all still led to this, occurring just like I remember it? I stepped out, my footsteps alerting Irina. What? Atsuki? Do I take narration? Because I think they're going to talk.
Yeah, I think so. I waved awkwardly and approached her.
It's not bleeding anymore. What did you do? I used the Sekimeya to travel to the past, and this time it worked. I wanted to get rid of the wounds, but it simply stopped the bleeding, even though I'm not sure why. Wait, what? There's no way. No way what exactly? That I traveled through time? Yes, how did you do it? By touching the Sekimeya. What's wrong? Nothing, I'm just a bit confused. Ignore me, I'm happy the wound got better.
I was a bit taken aback by her words. Was she the exact same Irina I remembered?
Do you understand now why we stopped on this floor? Sorry, I don't. Are you sure you didn't hit the button accidentally? Yes. Should we keep going up? Hang on, what do you remember? Earlier, did we hear a loud door being slammed in hallway A? When exactly? About 35 minutes ago. I don't know. My head is still a bit foggy, but I don't remember that. Why are you asking, though? Did we hear it? I'm not sure. We must have.
It was bizarre. Why had we used the elevator to follow Shiroya when she never went up? Did Irina not remember the sound because she hadn't heard it, or because of her mental state? Had realities converged?
Let's wait a second. Sai and Akaro should be coming, right? Who? That's what they said. Just writing the story. I want to talk to them.
She looked uncertain, but she didn't complain. I began to walk in circles, wondering what to make of the baffling result. A minute later, nobody had come. It was absolutely enough time for Sai and Akaro to arrive at the 3rd floor.
Wait here, I'll be back in a second. Is she a new character? I missed the last stream or two. And then Naga said she's the mom of the kid. Yeah, that actually sums up her character perfectly.
Yeah,
she's the mom of the kid.
She is
that's
the mom
it.
of the kid. She was dead for a while, but she got better. Yeah, she did die for she was dead for a while. The kid is also dead. Kid appears to be still dead, but who knows?
Yeah. Well, Irina was never dead. Maybe they just didn't check the corpse. Lamayo. They just didn't feel like it. They're like, whatever. She looks dead enough. She's dead. And it turns out she wasn't. What?
Explaining myself would have been a waste of time, especially considering the condition she was in. I circled down the floors until I arrived at the last staircase, not seeing anyone along the way. Huh? Oh, it's you. Through the gray door, I saw a Sai. He didn't receive me with clear hostility, so I went down the staircase. Happy Pride, Sai.
Where's Akaro?
Hell if I know. Why? Was that a result of my action? Akaro had come from hallway A, where I'd made the sound. Had that not made him not appear? Are you alone?
Why don't we ask then? Was Akaro here? Or Irina's above us? By the way, about 35 minutes ago, did you hear the sound of a door closing coming from hallway A?
What? What kind of question is that?
Just answer. Did you?
Yeah? Why? Something caught my attention. On the floor of hallway C, there were new drops of blood, close to drying.
Do you recognize these drops? Have they always been here?
Oh yeah, I saw them before. Are they from that wound? What happened? When Irina and I had taken the elevator, those drops hadn't existed. There were too many of them to think I hadn't seen them. Sai was definitely living in the reality I'd changed, but I wasn't sure the same could be said for Irina. I knew that was my blood, and that I'd left it behind when I'd run away after slamming the door. As soon as I'd psyched myself up to alter the past, all of my actions had surely been allowed to differ from what I'd experienced, including unconscious ones, such as leaving blood behind. I looked next to us, and as I thought, the other trail of blood was coming from the elevator. It was from the time I'd gone down after suffering the injury. The floor was proof of both realities at once. Are you just not going to answer me? Where's Shiroya, by the way? Is she in the attic?
Why would she be?
What's with these questions? She's not with you, so I figured she might be somewhere we can't get to.
Oh, right. The attic is locked, isn't it?
It was just a bit ago.
But you have the key. That's how you entered it when you were chasing us.
Excuse me? I don't have the key. No. You can search me if you want. I don't have it. Dumb question. How did Katsuki get injured? The elevator stopped abruptly and his hand smashed into something and cut it, but they were like really vague about it. Like he was like, that must be what happened. So there's like some chicanery afoot about whether that's actually what occurred.
Yep. Teleporting invisible knife theory.
Yep.
This is the second time he's been, unexpectedly been slashed by a knife in the elevator.
Correct, yeah. It was all too confusing. Sai had suddenly undergone yet another change in behavior, and just like the previous ones, I couldn't make sense of it. Everything had become just as incomprehensible as I'd feared. I couldn't discern what I'd changed and what I hadn't.
Is there nobody else on the crystal floor?
There shouldn't be.
Let's go up then. Shiroya might actually be in the attic.
He shrugged and followed me up. Is it set in the UK? It's set in Japan, I think. On the way, we found Irina, who'd been waiting for my return. She didn't welcome us, and her eyes looked even more empty than before. She also didn't reply to Sai's carefree greeting, opting to silently follow us. The attic door was 3 floors above. I told you it's locked. Do you not have the key?
No, it's possible Shiroya does.
Maybe she locked herself inside then. I remembered what I'd concluded earlier. Had I never been able to follow her into the attic? No matter what, I felt like Sai had to be lying. He had unlocked the door previously to chase us. Like we'd thought, he could have accomplished it by traveling inside and unlocking the door with our key, but since we'd still found it on the floor, it was very likely another one had been used. If he was telling the truth, I thought that perhaps someone else had entered the attic while Sai had waited downstairs to ambush us. Hey, Shiroya, are you inside? Why would you lock yourself in like this? Was he just fucking around while he knew where the key was? Even if Shiroya was inside, why would she have chosen to stay hidden?
Do what you said earlier and show me your pockets.
Do you not trust me? I suppose I almost killed you. Sure.
Huh? Poor Irina.
I'm just kidding, of course. Anyway, you can see all my pockets are empty. I sighed and did what I'd done in the bedroom. I felt his clothes until I could be sure that he wasn't hiding anything. Are you sure she couldn't be anywhere else?
We haven't searched the whole building, no, but she should still be here.
Then she must be hiding intentionally, and there's nothing we can do about that.
Maybe she'll come out eventually. Let's go back down for now.
I agree. She must not like you very much and prefers to be alone.
Ooh, wait, no, you're definitely lying.
Me? I don't ever lie.
You don't have any keys on you. That proves you hid them because you should have the cabinet key.
The Sekimeya cabinets? Why would I?
I saw it in your hand before you and Shiroya traveled.
Strangely, though, I don't have it. Check your sight, too, when you go check your hearing. Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Before I could reply, the three of us were looking at the door. The lock clicked, the doorknob turned, and it began to open, and there was Kate.
Isla. No!
You're all right. From the other side of the door, Shiroya looked directly into my eyes as she panted in exhaustion. Oh, she's wearing the same clothes from before. She's back to regular clothes. Oh, she was actually inside.
This is good Shiroya.
Yeah, this is good Shiroya, not evil Shiroya.
Yeah.
Small Shiroya. Oh, she was actually inside. I'm glad we found you. What? He locked me in here.
Well, okay, this is good Shiroya and the other one's evil Shiroya. Is this evil Sai or eviler Sai? Which one is he?
Okay, so... Oh, God. Oh, God. We need to take notes. No. Because... When would he have done that? Because when is the last time that we saw Shiroya in these clothes? It was a while ago, right? Because they went up to the attic together, because he said that they were gonna like spend time together. So he would have locked her in there whenever that happened, right?
Because is Shiroya talking to us or to Sai?
I don't know. Let's find out. Actually, let's continue and find out that.
What?
Me? That's funny. I locked you in with the keys in the keyhole, right? It was her, not the Shiroya who'd mysteriously chosen to leave by herself, but the one I'd been with the entire time. She had her normal clothes very slightly stained with smoke and still looked at me, glad to see me again. Was he acting like he wanted to find me? He locked me in the bedroom. Yeah, so she's talking about Sai. So basically, what happened was the two of them left. They went up to the attic. Some version of Sai locked her in there, and then and then he came back with the other Shiroya, right?
I guess so. And the other Shiroya is wearing the other clothes, right? Why?
Yeah.
So he's allied with one Shiroya. Is that even the same Sai?
I don't know. It's really hard. It's hard to tell who's who.
Yeah, and with the idea that this might be a different like timeline instead of like the same timeline that we've moved back on, like this could just be something completely different happened, right? Because where's the Shiroya that went upstairs that was like had the other clothes? We didn't even hear that happen, right? So did that even occur?
Yeah, we don't know if that even occurred. Yeah.
Yeah, and is Akaro even here? Like Akaro was here before, and Akaro seems to be like didn't even show up this time.
Yeah.
I'm actually confused. Was the Sai that appeared with Akaro the same Sai? I missed that part. And yeah, and Sai went upstairs to the attic with Shiroya via Sekimeya, right? They teleported up there and then they came back down afterwards?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. That's good. I like that I don't know what's going on.
You're mixing up instances of Shiroya disappearing. No, because he took Shiroya along with the Sekimeya, and they went to the attic. And then he came back and she was different. He came back with the other version of Shiroya, but we don't know if it was the same Sai that went with her, with the Sekimeya, or if that like swapped places with the other two of them.
I think the chatter's right about me. I think I'm getting confused a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Time to discuss how problematic of Sekimeya it is to demonize gay people by making Sai evil. Well, now they're just painted themselves into the corner because the only other thing they can do is kill him, and that would be bad too. It's just set up for failure. Okay. Shall we continue then?
Writing is hard.
Yeah, writing is hard. Was he acting like he wanted to find me? He locked me in the bedroom. I'm sorry? I've been in here for almost 2 hours. He shut me in. So you chose to hole up in the attic and want to blame me for it. Why exactly?
How are you locked in? You had the key. You let yourself out. You unlocked the door. Are you okay?
She hadn't stopped panting and her voice was hoarse. Yes, I just ran from the bedroom. I'm fine. Let's pretend I locked you in. Yeah, thank you, Sai. Let's pretend I locked you in a bedroom. I'm not sure why I'd even do that, but how did you leave? With the key. But I thought I trapped you there. Yes, but not with the key. I know what you did. I became a witch and learned magic, huh? We can go with that if you don't want to tell the truth. S equals B theory. Wait, Irina.
Huh?
You're alive?
Yes. I'm sorry if this sounds strange, but are you the same Shiroya who disappeared from the event room with Sai?
Huh? Yeah, I've been here since then.
I see. Huh. Okay.
I still didn't understand anything, but I was happy to be reunited with who I thought of as the real Shiroya. The other version of her was the one who had disappeared again, and she had told me that she was the same person. How she would come to exist, though, that I didn't know.
We didn't check Irina's pulse, remember? Mouse remembers.
Yeah, I'm holding a grudge about that. Oh, thank God. Sorry. What's with the blood, though?
I don't know. I got hit in the head, so my memories are a little fuzzy. Suspicious.
Oh, what time is it? Huh. It's 7:40. It's so late. What happened while I was here? And your watch is working again? Huh? Yeah, of course. I almost felt at peace. I'd changed reality in some way, but Shiroya had been unaffected up in the attic. She remembered all we'd done, and we'd be able to reach the end of the countdown together.
Wait, what's with your clothes? You were wearing different ones.
Right. When we went to the past, we lost track of that Shiroya, but she still has to be around. I'm confused, though. Where does she come from? What? You gonna read this?
When we went to the past, I see. He was the only one to travel, but he thinks we all did. He thinks we all appeared separately in the past and that we've been unable to find Shiroya since then. I'm not completely sure what that would be his assumption, though. However, one thing is strange. Sai's watch reads 7:40, which I'm pretty sure is the real time. That must mean he's synced it properly. Can you come with me for a second?
Yeah. Can't you just talk openly here? I ignored him. Brought Shiroya down the floor. Sorry, you can take narration for sure.
Okay. Whoa, big angry Shiroya.
You know Sai's lying, right? He really locked me in a bedroom and told me you died. I was so worried.
What? Don't worry, I believe you, even though I still don't understand Sai very much. I wanted to tell you about what just happened.
Huh?
I think the past can be changed somehow. This is what we're leading with?
It can? Did you try it?
Yeah, I slammed a door. I did, but I'm not sure what to make of the results. It's possible what I changed only affected some people. I definitely went back in time and altered the events I'd experienced. Sai recognizes the change, and we can trust him as a really genuine source, but I'm not sure Irina does. It felt like both realities met, leading into differing memories. That could be what happened to Akaro when his version of events contradicted ours. Maybe someone made some change that didn't affect us, or maybe it didn't affect Akaro.
That sounds way too complicated. I'm not sure I follow, but you mean...
If we go to the past, I'm pretty sure we could drastically change the way things played out. It's possible some people would still remember this reality, but the change should persist. It's possible two realities just converge, but the real one comes comes from my change. It overlapped the last one, despite some people potentially still remembering it. Or was that really the case? I hesitated when I remembered the floor of hallway C. The two trails of blood, one from before the change and the one from after it, signified that we were living in a mix of both realities. The things I was saying sounded complicated, but in practice, all they meant was that the past could be changed if we consciously wanted it to. Lingering memories might have been an issue for unaffected people, making them think that they were in a wrong reality, but that was a minor issue given what we could accomplish. Yeah. Of course, I wasn't fully aware of how it worked. I didn't know why some memories could remain or what determined the people who kept them, but factually, altering history was all that mattered.
Wait, so right now there can be an unlimited amount of characters running around doing whatever? Yes.
Yeah. The most complicated thing that could happen here is that every single time that they use the Sekimeya, like literally every single time, it splinters off into another reality, or even like every single person in the building gets their own reality. So like by now, the Sekimeya has been used that we've seen like what, like 10, 12 times?
Yeah, like a
It's
dozen
probably been
times.
used even more of that.
Yeah.
So like we're talking about potentially with each one of those fracturing, and like we're probably already in the tens of thousands of permutations of fragments of what's going on here. Yeah. Let's keep going. We had some remaining time to try piecing together the information we needed. The Sekimeya should have still been downstairs. I last traveled from the staff room. Let's go there. We're just leaving Sai and Arena behind? We're rude. That was where we headed. On the way, I checked my pocket and saw I still had the locker key. Fortunately, the note was no longer there, although I still couldn't understand why. The note, the several mentions of Miya and Shuria's death, those occurred despite the factual reality, which is why which is that Miya is dead and Shuria is alive. Does Shuria just know that Miya was around, right? We should tell her.
Yeah, she has no idea. What's all this blood?
It's mine. As you can see, I hurt my hand in the elevator. I don't even know why it stopped bleeding.
Does it hurt? That's kind of a lot.
Don't worry, it's fine. Typical man. When we stepped into the room, we saw that the locker was open. That made sense, as I hadn't closed it before traveling. It's gone. Of course, it's in the cabinet.
Did you leave it in this locker? How?
I found the key in the cleaning room. I know how that sounds, but I guess no one needed a key to get it. I touched it with the locker open.
Oh, could anyone have taken it then?
It would have been easy, but I'm not completely sure. The door doesn't look like it moved, so it also could have teleported. While you were in the attic, we saw that happen. I definitely witnessed the Sekimeya teleport to its cabinet. But Sai could have easily grabbed it. Akaro as well. I saw him, and he should still be here somewhere. It was before I changed the past, but all I did was draw attention to hallway A. There's no way that was enough to overwrite Akaro's existence.
Shiroya is just so fucking inert. She's like, like it's just.
Yeah, I know, right? Like I went to the event room earlier. I had suspected the Sekimeya teleported inside the cabinet, but it wasn't there. Like the only one that actually like bounces ideas off in this whole story is Sai, and you can't trust anything he says. It would have been nice to have like a trustworthy confidant that they're working together. You know what I mean? Like yeah.
Yeah, missing the Watson for sure.
Sai. I'd hoped we'd find it. If we wanted to change the past, it was better if we traveled together so that both of us could keep the memory of our original reality.
Like always, whether it teleported or someone hid it, it has to be nearby and in a place we can access. We can find it.
She was right. It was one of our first questions. Why would someone hide the Sekimeya if we'll find it no matter where it is? If it had been teleporting, that question would be obsolete. However, with the inclusion of the storeroom's hidden door, it was always possible a successful plan had already stolen it, and there were a few unreachable places such as the remaining lockers.
Oh yeah, the Sekimeya is gone. I was searching for it before we went up. I'm sure you were.
Sai entered from hallway A, alone.
There's not much time left. Let's wait for the shutter to open.
What about the Sekimeya?
Who knows? I couldn't find it, but why do you care? Akaro might be responsible, and he could have taken it outside. If that happened, there's nothing we can do. However, if it's still inside, the police will find it immediately, right? It could be hidden from us, but not from them.
The hallway B door opens.
Arena, do you know where the Sekimeya might be? Why didn't they come in together? Why did they literally come in from... they were together, and they came in from fucking opposite hallways. Yeah. Why?
Yeah,
why?
Yeah.
What did they mean by this?
Maybe she just needed to pee. The bathroom's on the way. She came through hallway B, you know? It's crazy that I know that. Oh, shit. What? No, I don't.
Then none of us do. If it was deliberately hidden, I don't see the point in searching for it anymore. You know where it is, right? You're free to enlighten me. If I knew where it was, what would my end game be? Hoping the police don't find it? There's no way that would happen. Someone took it when we weren't around. That must mean they have the means to conceal it from both us and the police. Otherwise, hiding it is pointless.
You say that, but it's been happening since this morning, and it was never hidden in a place the police wouldn't have inspected. You could have a plan too. When the police enter, as soon as they find the Sekimeya, they'll activate it. That'll make everyone around it disappear, leaving a free path for you to retrieve it. Just time travel police?
Are you even listening to yourself? You think I want to steal the Sekimeya? Sure, I wouldn't say no to... Sorry, I keep accidentally right-clicking. Sure, I wouldn't say no to having it, but that's not going to work out. First of all, they'd simply appear in the past. If a bunch of people time travel, the panic would ruin any kind of plan like that. At least a few people have to know what the Sekimeya is capable of too, right? Why would they send the police to grab it if they knew what touching it would do?
Whoa, okay. Sai thinks that they knew the Sekimeya was possible, could time travel, and they still opened it to the public and did this shit? Like, no,
funny.
that's really
and let
dumb.
people touch it.
Yeah, that's dumb. There's no way. I think I agree with him. That wouldn't work.
Hiding the Sekimeya is pointless. That's a fact. Incidentally, there's no place the police would ignore. What that means is that if the Sekimeya is here, there's no reason to search for it. What I find most likely is that it's already outside, though.
Alright, I agree. So let's just wait. Victoria gave me a dubious look, but I had to ignore it.
That's true. We are talking
really
about...
I really want to see the shutter doors open. I really want that to happen.
We are talking about the people who locked random folks up in a death trap of a building for 12 hours. That's true. That's true.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's true, yeah.
Perfect. We've had enough headaches, so let's go to the lobby.
I didn't actually agree at all, but more than an hour remained. If Sai was up to something, it was too early to try to preventing it. Victoria's look told me that she was thinking the same. Closer to the deadline, we pushed for a building search. That...
Great. Can't wait.
Building search number 27. That way, if we found the Sekimeya, Sai would have time to arrange anything else. We wouldn't have time to arrange anything else. I couldn't forget that Sai had tried to kill us. Under specific circumstances, he was willing to go that far. Part of me had to seriously consider that he was a Zin plant. We had surmised early on that it was possible one of us trapped inside could be from Zin, and Sai had sown chaos the entire time he'd been in the building, even if Kate was clearly suspicious anyway. I think it's a Karo, right? If anyone is a Zin plant, it has to be a Karo.
I think so.
It seemed like the Zin invader was also the one that threw like pushed Katsuki into the locker hard enough to kill him in the bad end. Remember? Like
I thought that was the person who robbed the gems. The person that they caught with the briefcase outside.
I think it's one of the people here too. I think it has to be a car. I think a car is the only one who's strong enough to do that, right? Like there's no one else. Like he's huge, and they've said it. He's definitely 5'11". So like he's done a lot. He's the only one that has a physical presence to do that. But you're right. Maybe it's just someone else. They just didn't show him because they didn't have art for it. It almost felt too obvious, given how completely unconcerned he was with the safety of others, and brandishing a knife at us didn't really earn him any points either. I deeply wanted to find out whatever I could and expose anyone responsible for the attack, but that had rapidly become quite difficult given the way things had gone. Even with all the information I had, I couldn't definitely conclude that he was responsible. I simply didn't know enough. What was for sure was that he was exactly the type of person to try to take the Sekimeya for his own purposes, and I couldn't allow that. He'd been pissing me off the entire day, and after he'd almost killed me, there was no way I'd let him carry out any sort of plan if I could obstruct it. Additionally, I still wanted to find Sekimeya, and while it was out of the cabinet, it was storing the power we needed.
Actually, that's something that I want to know. Is the notes section, does this include like the branching stuff? I think that's what this is. Yeah, that's what this is.
Ending paradox.
Yeah. The door to the staff room was opened by a man carrying a black suitcase. So he didn't recognize that guy. He recognized the people who appeared afterward. 2 men, a woman, and a girl. which I think matches the count that Isla said she could expect to see, that her imaginary friend told her about, that is like weirdly different from what's actually happening in here. I'm not sure if it's exactly the same, but again, can make the notes smaller. Oh, okay. Hide notes. I see. Okay. Yeah.
I forgot that people ran into the room afterwards. That's definitely Irina, Isla, and Akaro and Sai, or Kite and Sai?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Huh.
Hide your noteless shame. Yeah.
Oh man, I wish this story had a note system.
That would be so cool. Maybe in Mineko too.
I would definitely have used that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You forgot about the imaginary friend thing? Yeah, so actually let's look.
Hey, really wanna cook your noodle. They still haven't explained how Shiroya and Katsuki have encountered the black smoke before. That has never come back up.
I don't know where. Yeah, so this is the part for the bad ending. 2 men, a woman, and a girl. All of them were looking at him, and he felt something. He knew all of them. So that was. But what can I search to find out Isla talking about her friend? Okay. She said only 7 people would get trapped. Okay, she said it'd be me, mom, 3 boys, and 2 girls, and they wouldn't be bad people. Okay, so it's not the same count. But again, it's like this weird thing where it's wrong, or it's only part of the count. So
hold on, 3 boys and 2 girls.
Me,
so
mom, 3 boys and 2 girls.
So Shiroya, Mia. 2 girls.
Yep.
And then Sayakaro and
Sayakaro and Katsuki.
Yeah. But then there's no Kate.
Yeah, 3 men and 4 women would end up trapped. As things are right now, it's 4 men and 3 women, not counting Naomi. I forgot about Naomi. She said only 7 people would stay. Interesting. Train psi theory? True. Happy Pride. Interesting. Okay. Well, I have no idea what's going on there. That just stuck out in my head. Okay. Anyway.
If the video from all the cameras was salvageable, there'd be no problem nailing the actual culprit, but I couldn't let something happen in the meantime. I whispered to Shiroya, "Did you lose the knife?"
They're not going to be able to hear you if you do that.
Surprisingly, she shook her head and showed me the inside of her purse. Your audience aren't weebs. What? She still has it? When she disappeared from the event room, she had it, but every possible replicated location of hers that held it was placed in the event room too, and that's obviously not where she appeared. Did you get it from Sai after you two appeared somewhere?
No, I still don't understand it either. Both of us appeared in the attic, and I already had it. I'd forgotten to mention it, but yeah, that doesn't make sense with how we thought the Sekimeya worked.
Oh, by the way, can you explain what you meant when you said Sai trapped you in the attic even though you had the key? Like, we haven't gone over that yet. Squeak. It was the same as my wound. We'd had the Sekimeya at our disposal for nearly 11 hours, and despite how much I'd gone over every detail, I was ashamed by how little we'd concluded. I think you might be onto something with the Sekimeya does different things depending on who touches it, and maybe there's different Sekimeyas or something like that.
It's doing multiple different things, or it's doing 2 things. Like, it's either doing multiple different things, or it's doing 2 different things at once. Because if they touched, so if we're right, which apparently we came up with this and I forgot about it, so sorry. If we're right, and what happened there wasn't that Sai transported and nobody else transported, but that everybody else transported and Sai transported, they still stayed in the same place. They were in the same place. So
it's the first time that's ever happened, yeah.
And it's the first time that's ever happened. So if they did get like yeeted across to another probability line or whatever, then that is something different from Katsuki touching it and going back in time and being able to hear what was happening. But it could be both at once, right? Like, they could be being transported both in time and space. So either two different things are happening separately, or 2 different things are happening at the same time, and they just happen to be in the same place. I don't know. Oh.
I'm sorry. Your stream title today is Itsa-miiya, Sekiro.
Yeah, you like that?
I do like that. It's his stream
Okay.
title. It's a good one.
All right. There's evidence. The multiple things are there's evidence of traveling in time, like back in time on the same timeline, or a timeline that's very similar, and there's evidence of traveling to like a place where everybody like a different timeline. So it's like it's going both like I don't know. I'm making hand gestures you can't see. Anyway.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, there's like, okay, so it's like traveling within one timeline but a different part of it, traveling to a different timeline but at the same time, traveling to a different timeline but a different part of the timeline, also traveling in space, to where you were at a different time, but also with the body you had back then and all your belongings, but sometimes not, but also sometimes you're switching places with someone else, and like there's one time where like Akatsuki appeared in the air above a chair because someone had been sitting in it and he just fell, and I'm pretty sure there's a couple more too. Like it does different things, or it's doing something we don't understand.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me for it to be following the same rules, for it to be one thing that's following the same rules all of the time. Like if it is one thing that's following the same rules all of the time, then the rules are like the design document for like, I'm sure the design document for this game was like a fucking like a 20-page Google document, but like the rules of the Sekimeya, if it is only one thing that has a consistent set of rules, have like a whole bunch of fucking caveats in it. Okay, anyway.
And the Sekimeya can maybe teleport, maybe not. Sometimes it grows legs if you're not looking at it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry, we're talking a lot today. Damn.
You're supposed to have a design document. Sorry. Get down. Okay, let's sit around and wait. I'm exhausted and just want to get out, so I hope nothing else happens. Whatever Zen or the culprit are up to is no concern of ours anymore. I have no idea what happened to Akaro, but I don't care. If he's behind this whole mess, he'll face the consequences.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Katsuki on screen for the first time?
Not the first time. We saw him in some of the omniscient narrator parts.
Oh, apart from those, yeah. I feel like this is like, damn, all right.
Sai looking good here, gonna be honest.
Yeah. I think they all look good, actually.
Yeah.
The four of us sat next to each other on the left of the metal shutter. The entire day had been slow and dense, but it was true that very little time remained. We were nearing the end, and nothing but uncertainty awaited us.
You don't like his ponytail? It's too short? No taste. No taste. Exactly. 1 hour and 10 minutes. That's all we have to get through to reclaim our freedom.
1 hour and 10 minutes. Was there any guarantee that was even correct? I'd lost my sense of time many hours earlier, and while I knew the computer in the security room probably confirmed Sai's time, it was unreasonable to blindly believe it. Nonetheless, if time truly was 7:50, the end of the lengthy tunnel was near. Would freedom really be found at its exit, or would a new stretch of confinement begin? We were approaching the time where the truth behind the supposed month-away recording would be settled. Uncomfortably leaning against the wall, we attempted to relax our bodies. Given Sai's track record and what he was likely after, we wouldn't be there for long. He'd used a knife against me once. If he opposed us, it was only fair to return the favor. I lost my place. There you go. Sai hadn't been wrong in suspecting Kate at the start, seeing through his myriad lies. However, he was insane if he thought he'd done a good job of hiding his own. The overconfidence which he'd sheltered himself behind would prove useless if it was seen through.
Why not the couches? Because this looks way cooler. Yeah, her boots.
Yeah, it looks so much cooler. Yeah. But for the time being, we waited. If everything went smoothly until the search, that'd be ideal.
Wait here, I'm going to the bathroom.
About half an hour later, Shoria stood up. It confused me at first, but I soon realized that it was not yet the move we'd silently scheduled for later, as another 40 minutes still remained. Oh, alright.
Can't you wait? No, don't worry though. I won't go anywhere else.
She went off the hallway B. Once she disappeared, we continued with our blank looks. Yep, she's gone.
She better come back quickly.
Sai, I understand everything you said, but we should still try to find the Sekimeya.
Huh? Why?
I need it. I can't just let Isla die. Uh-oh.
Irina, it would be really bad if we searched for the Sekimeya. It's difficult to say it, but if we do that, you'll begin to hope your daughter will be saved. I know it's harsh to hear, but it won't end well. We won't find it.
Didn't you lie earlier too, regarding how it worked? Yep, here we go. Sai's gonna say you can't change the past, and Etsuki's gonna be like, well, I changed it because I slammed the door and you heard it, and now it's gonna like spiral out. Okay.
That wasn't a lie. I don't understand how the Sekimeya works myself very well. I know I said you'd go far enough back, but something must have gone wrong. I also said I wouldn't travel, remember? That was something else I was wrong about. You didn't see it, but the travel encompassed me as well.
What? No, we did see it. You were the only one to travel.
What? You had to have traveled as well, right?
She didn't. Only you did. I hadn't wanted to tell him, as keeping him in the dark felt smarter. However, I was curious to hear what he'd have to say in response.
That doesn't make any sense, though. Are you telling the truth?
Yes. Irina nodded as well. Sai stayed pensive for a long while, clearly puzzled by her experience.
Well, I suppose there's no point in thinking about it anymore. Understanding how the Sekimeya works in such a short period of time might just be impossible.
He shrugged and seemingly gave up, but something about the whole situation still felt wrong. It seemed I'd overwritten the reality in which Sai and Akaro had talked to us in hallway B, and the Sai we were talking to had differing memories as a result. Meanwhile, Shiroya is dead in the bathroom. However, what kind of sense did that make? He was the only one to travel, meaning that he should have gone 20 minutes into the past. If so, where had the version of him been? If he'd been nearby, he would have known that we hadn't traveled, and he told me that he heard the sound I made in hallway A. It was too labyrinthine. I couldn't understand the whole series of events in the slightest. Warping realities, altered memories, and time travel, such a conglomeration was bound to be nonsensical. And so, do you think they hired the same architect that did those house mysteries to make this building?
The Decagon Nakamura Seiji made the Ashiya Tower, yeah, for sure.
And so I let it go. I wanted to know what had happened, but I was forced to accept that it was beyond my comprehension. Perhaps the other Shiroya's appearance would go unexplained for the rest of my life. But the real one hadn't come back after more than 5 minutes. In addition, the other one had claimed to be the very same person, indicating that her origin point could still have been coming. Stay here. I'll be back in a second.
I was joking when I said Ryukishi stole everything from it, but there are a lot. He borrowed a lot of things. Like it's not a complete ripoff. He just did a lot of homage, for sure. Really? Are you two just ripping off Kate?
The world is a chessboard, and everyone on it is merely pieces. I went to hallway B. From there, I could clearly see that nobody was in the woman's bathroom.
Yeah, from the Decagon House Murders and the other 2 books in that series, yeah. How shocking. She's not there. Are you going to propose we search the whole building to find her? Well, actually.
Could that have been her intention, to make us look everywhere? Wasn't it too early? Maybe she went to the bathrooms on floor 2, like Kate.
You mean when Kate lied and in reality I was the one who went up? In his case, the excuse worked because Naomi's in the men's bathroom. No reason Shiroya would do the same.
Sai walked up to the bathrooms and opened the closed door. Through it, we only saw Naomi's second body covered by the curtain.
Is this your genius plan? To act as if you're searching for Shiroya when your goal is to find the Sekimeya?
That's not it at all. I don't know where she is. That can't be what she wants. She knew we could use the knife to force Sai into cooperating. By hiding, she'd be purposefully removing it from the equation.
I'm gonna say Shiroya sus. I'm saying it. It's clear that Sai is not the only one lying in this situation. I don't trust Shiroya.
Shiroya is sus?
Yeah. Maybe you're right. After all, she could just use this time to search on her own. And nobody else is around. There's no danger to fear. By which I mean, she didn't want to go to the bathroom. She had something else in mind. Are you telling me you don't know what it is?
No, but that can't be it.
What then? Akaro came back out of nowhere and did something to her? Did she go to the past even though the Sekimeya is probably gone? Why? And shouldn't she have come back if that had happened? I told you I was hoping for a calm end to all this. Were you two the ones who hid the Sekimeya after all?
Stop it. I don't know what happened. Shiroya, are you here?
How strange. She's not coming.
I went to the event room and verified that the cabinet was still empty. Nothing had changed there. Could it really have been Akaro? Sai just sounded pretty confident when he said that nobody else is around, but he doesn't know the reality in which Akaro appeared from hallway A. From his point of view, Akaro has been missing for 2 hours ever since they escaped from the bedroom together. Is that it though? Or am I being tricked? In the reality where Akaro appeared, Sai didn't seem surprised to see him. There were plenty of other things that had to be different though. I kept calling her name in hallway A, but there was no response. I'm a little confused how someone could just disappear. Is it because no matter how far back in time they go, unless they get out of the building, eventually they have to be in the present. Like that's happening before we even have this consciousness right now. So is it like they're go in the past and then they just keep using the Sekimeya over and over again to just stay in the past in perpetuity or something? Like how does that work? Different timelines maybe? I don't know. We're getting really distracted today. I'm sorry. I kept calling her name in hallway A, but there was no response. And once again, nothing new caught my eye in the storeroom.
I did warn you. I'm very ADHD today. I'm contributing.
I am too, apparently. Could she have gone up?
She did leave the attic key in the door. Maybe she had some final business there.
I didn't like it at all. Why was Shiroya surrounded by so much mystery? After finding her again, I hadn't sensed anything strange about her, but she had still kept something important from me. Changed her clothes back, and she's pretending. Hesitating slightly, I directed myself toward the stairs.
Man, I get it's been a bizarre day. I didn't anticipate anything like this when I woke up, but there's no reason to drag things out.
Sai, this has nothing to do with you or the Sekimeya. We need to find Shiroya.
Yeah, you're just too stubborn.
I'm not stubborn, I'm right. There was no reason to take the elevator, so we walked up. On the second floor, I continued yelling her name, but we didn't so much as see her shadow. We continued until we were in front of the attic, so I was right, the key was still inserted. I know it sounds like she and I are up to something, but we need to actually search for her thoroughly.
Who could have guessed? That's fine. If she's still here, we'll find her.
I don't know if you have something in mind, but you two will stay together, making sure nobody can sneak past. Not Shiroya, not Akaro, and not someone who's hiding.
Sure. But do understand, the Sekimeya exists somewhere. Using it, it's possible to bypass any regular search by teleporting back to a recently inspected place. I doubt we have to worry about that, though.
We went up the stairs. I looked at the floor of the living room, and I was unable to draw much from it. Oh yeah, the fucking like foliage carpet that you can see footprints in. I could still recognize some of the very old footprints, but most of them were newer. It was at least clear that none had been left recently. All right, I'm expecting a knife to come around from a corner again. I went through the kitchen and entered the hallway. Just stay here while I look around.
At your service.
Ooh. I called the elevator. Seconds later, it arrived, empty except for the blood I'd left in it. Then, I proceeded to leave the door open, disabling it as an escape method. Wait, why isn't the handle attached? This is the room where we locked ourselves in. Only the inner handle of the bedroom wasn't attached, and it was next to the door, in the hallway.
Oh, what? I have no idea.
Is that how you trapped Shiroya in a room?
Yeah, that's
Whatever happened in the attic, it had taken place some time ago, as every room was vacant. I looked through the storeroom, the bathroom, and the 2 bedrooms. During that time, Arena and Sai made sure we could conclude the attic was empty. I glanced at the elevator and saw that the door hadn't closed. I felt confident in moving on, so we headed to the 6th floor.
Do you want me to take narration for a bit? Had it for a while.
Sure, go for it.
While Sai and Arena stayed outside the partitions, I looked through the 3 of them and then in the bathrooms. That made one more floor Shiroya wasn't on. So happy to be searching again, by the way. And quickly, those floors added up to 6. One last time, the crystal floor was the final place to look through. If she's here, I hope you admit what you're doing.
Just stay put. I'll look through the rooms.
I walked to the storeroom, but Arena's voice stopped me.
Wait. You said Shiroya wasn't in the women's bathroom, but you didn't mention this. What?
I stepped back. Arena had decided to inspect the bathroom herself, out of either curiosity or distrust.
Don't move. I'll look myself.
I approached the doors and peeked inside. What Arena had noticed was the toilet. The water tank's lid had been removed, which we hadn't seen from hallway B.
What? improvised weapon or Seki? Okay, what the?
On a thin pipe, close to falling into the water, was the gray Sekimeya. Did she activate it? Touching it entailed no risk, so I put my left arm inside. I don't get it. It's been like 10 minutes since she went to the bathroom. Even if she activated it, would it still be powered off? I set the Sekimeya on the floor and retrieved the tank lid, which was sitting between the toilet and the far wall. It was heavier than I expected, so I gently put it back in place. I walked out, holding the Sekimeya with my hand. I'd put my sleeve between it and my skin, preventing it from activating when it regained power.
I wonder if, like, if you let it gather enough power, could you boil water and make tea?
Ooh.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe that's what she was doing in the bathroom and she accidentally touched it. She was trying to make toilet tea.
Toilet tea, yep.
Yeah.
The Sekimeya is not in the tower anymore, right?
Isn't that it?
Did you hide it in the water tank?
Not me. I honestly thought it must have left the building some time ago. I wonder why anyone would hide it. However, it seems Shiroya activated it and went to the past. Maybe she knew where it would be if she hid it herself. It doesn't make a lot of sense that she's not here, though.
Okay, do you think Shiroya knew it was there and did it? Or do you think Shiroya went to the bathroom and then, like, another Katsuki walked from the corner and said, hey, I'm from the past. I hid it in the toilet. Let's go. What do you think? Just on vibes.
God. Just on
Do you think
vibes?
Shiroya is independently sus, or do you think she's working with somebody?
I think that she has to be working with somebody or she's being set up as a red herring, simply because of metagaming the structure of the story.
Okay. We still haven't searched the whole floor. I'll go leave the Sekimeya in the event room, and we won't move it again. Fucking hell.
There's nothing else to find, is there? Do you seriously believe Shiroya will be here? We've already found the Sekimeya.
I stared at... Sorry, it's you.
I stared at Sai's eyes, a little disconcerted. His voice sounded noticeably more nervous and tense than it had recently.
Is there something else to find here?
Huh? What would that be? There was something hidden behind those words, saying that was all he could do to try to prevent the search from concluding. Shiroya's fate is death. His prediction hadn't yet become reality. If she went to the past...
Oh, it's not a line. It's okay.
It's just a quote, sorry. If she went to the past, why hasn't she shown herself yet? It was a very good question, and one which had already come up a handful of times.
Just keep waiting here. I need to look for the hyphens.
Yeah. I tried to ignore the insidious atmosphere around me and hesitantly moved to the event room. I lowered the glass of the cabinet. When I placed the Sekimeya inside, I didn't have to wait long for it to turn white. Hello, I just wanted to see what you were doing. I'll be outside this room to make sure you don't do anything with the Sekimeya. Don't think Shiroya's actions aren't suspicious. I don't want her to come from the other hallway and grab it or something. Don't worry either. I'll stay in the hallway and I won't get it out myself. I looked through the door and saw Irina hadn't moved, so I didn't have any particular problem.
Fine.
Oh, big sigh. I see you haven't locked the cabinet, huh?
We'll deal with that later.
I see Sekiro in the title and click play. I'm a simple man. I'm so sorry. It has nothing to do with Sekiro. I was just making a joke. But welcome anyway. I disregarded him and walked away. I knew how suspicious I sounded, but I had consciously avoided locking it. It was very likely Sai had hidden the key somewhere and could open it anyway. Regardless, I didn't have it, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to activate the Sekimeya again. I'd learned the past could be changed in some capacity. Shiroya had also sounded interested in exploring that further. If I locked the cabinet, I would be preventing myself from trying it ever again. Before considering it further, I wanted to find Shiroya and avoid erasing or modifying the version of her I knew. I resumed the search and went to the storeroom. As expected, it was empty and the far door hadn't budged. If this ends and we don't find her, I'll just give up on the Sekimeya. If she's not here, all I can hope is that she's outside, waiting. As had often happened, my thoughts derailed to the recording. The people mentioned in it were me, Sai, Akaro, Irina, and Ayla. Ayla was debatable, but the rest should have been available. Naomi and Kite had died, so it made sense they hadn't been mentioned. Shiroya didn't seem to be anywhere. Was it all a coincidence? And Mia! They keep talking about Mia! I entered room A5. We'd looked inside every cabinet fairly often, as they were potential hiding spots for people. The only time someone had been in one was that very room.
Why isn't he bringing up Mia? Has he forgotten? Has his memory been like yeeted off too? Like, is this even the same Katsuki?
This,
It's
yeah,
really
this is
weird.
why I keep saying it's like I don't trust that it's the same narrator all the time. Like, it could be swapping back. If there are two timelines, our perception could be swapping back and forth between the two of them. But if that were the case, it wouldn't make sense because Mia wouldn't surprise him. So. I did the same thing. There was no way Shiroya could be hiding in a cabinet, but I had to make sure no places were ignored. Furthermore, Akaro's disappearance was still up in the air. Isla hadn't changed at all over those hours. Soon, I hoped she could be brought to a much better place outside the tower. The next few rooms were all empty. Sai hadn't moved from next to the event room, and he shrugged every time he saw that I continued to find nothing. I entered the last crystal room. After it, only the security room would remain. Next to a cabinet was Shiroya. She was leaning on it with a pained face. Katsuki?
Whoa. Small Shiroya.
Small Shiroya. I frantically ran over to her. While I was relieved to see her, she didn't look well.
Are you okay? What happened?
I'm fine, yes, and I don't know. I don't feel great.
What? You don't know what happened?
I knew I heard you talking. Look who it is. What were you doing here? Sorry, my head's been hurting for a while. Do I look like I care? Why have you been in this room for so long? I suddenly couldn't keep going. Are you two for real? Is this the best you could think of?
Shut the fuck up. We didn't plan any of this.
I'm not stopping. You found the Sekimeya in the bathroom, right? Then you activated it. Yeah, that's right. What happened then? I don't remember. All I know is I didn't find anyone and I rested in this room. And you're all right now? You're standing up just fine. I just felt dizzy. I'm better now. I looked over her body and a subtle discomfort wormed its way into me. Perhaps I was making it up, but her face looked almost worn out. Well, I guess this means you accomplished whatever you wanted to do, right? I'm very happy to hear it. The three of us stepped into hallway A. When Irina saw Shiroya, she approached us.
Shiroya, I'm glad you're all right. What happened to you?
She chose the, oh, I'm so disoriented I can barely remember anything excuse, just like you did earlier. Don't even bother.
Whoa. Huh?
High levels of aggression from Sai.
Do you only not remember what happened after you touched Sekimeya?
Fuck, I accidentally paused stream for a minute. How did Shiroya show up? He found her searching in rooms. They did a search again. They were searching.
And yeah, and it was in the last room we looked at.
Yep. I think so. Before that, we were waiting in the lobby until I had to go to the bathroom.
I see. Do you not know where the dizziness came from? How about why did you touch the Sekimeya?
I don't know. I had no clue what to think. She looked sad. That was all I could perceive. Maybe she'd been attacked or had an accident. Perhaps it was an effect of the Sekimeya. Then the sadness faded away and in its place came a gentle smile. Don't worry, I'm okay. There's not a lot of time left, right? It's 8:37. See? It's almost time.
Whoa, okay. Did she just like see Mia in a different timeline and she's sad that she has to let her go or something? Like what the fuck is going on here?
I don't know.
This is weird.
This is really weird.
Yeah. Can you come here for a second? Troya, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
What, gonna go rub your hands together now that your plan has succeeded?
What plan, Sai? Do you think we did this to find the Sekimeya you didn't want us to find? You understand that that doesn't make any sense, right? She found it in the bathroom. What's the point of forcing a search to find it if she already identified where it was?
Why is she faking then? I'm not. My head really doesn't feel good. Right. I was ecstatic that we'd be able to stop dealing with Sai relatively soon. I sighed and walked back, bringing Shiroya to hallway C.
Do you remember what we talked about before waiting in the lobby? I said the past could be changed, remember?
Yeah, but we didn't find the Sekimeya in that locker where it should have been.
Yeah. You travel through time. Do you think you might have changed anything?
I really don't think so.
Well, right now the Sekimeya is in the cabinet, but I didn't lock it. There's only about 30 minutes left, but we can still use it.
Huh?
We might be able to change the past. If we travel together, we'll keep our memories of this reality. I'm not sure how it works yet, but I thought of something. Sai's definitely suspicious of us, so I doubt he'll let us just waltz on in and take the Sekimeya. Obviously, given the time left, it's very unlikely we'll go back far enough, even if the Sekimeya stores energy the whole time. So I think we should just kill Sai before we go. But don't worry, we won't actually be killing someone because we'll go back in time before we kill him, and then we just won't do it. So it's not actually unethical. Like it's just like, you know, just removing an obstacle.
Why is he not asking her why she knew where the Sekimeya was and why she touched it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Big Keiichi vibes. That's what I have to say.
Could be a start though. We go decently far into the past. 15 minutes sent me 20 minutes back, so every minute stored adds more than a minute.
Oh shit, he's gonna propose chaining Sekimeyas. Oh fuck.
Yeah. By which I mean we could go more than 30 minutes in the past and change it in a way so that we can begin storing time at the point we arrive. If we repeat this, we'll go even farther and we'll be able to store a lot more time. I'm not sure it'd work, but even though we can currently only store 30 minutes, we can keep doing this to maybe keep going back more and more. How do we store 30 minutes without Sai noticing? I feel like this is feasible. Remember how the cabinet works? We could unplug the cord, which would stop the temperature regulation. Then, even though it looked normal, it'd actually be storing power. We can hide it in plain sight like that and activate it at the last second.
No, let's not.
You don't want to try it?
I don't. Everything is fine as it is right now.
But Isla's dead. We'll regret it. If we don't even try it, the time will come when we will hate not having tried it.
I feel like she was freaked out because she saw herself dead. She didn't see Mia. She saw whatever happened that made Sai say she's gonna die, and now she's like, I don't want to change anything else because I believe it. That's what I think.
Okay.
No, that won't happen.
Why? That's not how you reacted the first time I proposed changing the past.
I know. I just thought about it more. Let's wait until the time is up. We can end everything now. We've been here for too long. I just want to get out. Believe me, there's no need to do anything else. Yes, she's seen some shit he hasn't seen, for sure.
Yeah, she's lying.
I really did, because she could have been gone for any amount of time. Like, just because we saw him find her like 10 minutes later doesn't mean that she didn't just go on a fucking incredible journey of hours and hours of bullshit, you know? I really didn't get it. I couldn't blame her for saying that, but every word felt distant. We just have to accept that Mia died. Let's do what we said and try to be strong despite it.
I know that Mia died, but we can prevent it.
Are you saying she was hidden outside the anti-magic toxin? That's right. That's right. No, let's stop, please.
Tell me at least, why did you change your mind?
To tell you the truth, I'm not even sure I'd want to do it even if we could.
What does that mean?
Most importantly, I just want to leave this place. We have to keep going with what we've got, and I'm sure it'll be fine. This isn't a world where Mia survives, so let's keep living the best we can. What the hell was up with that change of philosophy? I was too lost to know if I agreed at all. However, I knew one thing. I also wanted to get out, and Shiroya was safe. Saving Mia had been something of a dream rather than an actual goal. The main thing, the definitely achievable thing, was leaving with Shiroya, and it finally seemed within reach.
Are you sure? I know it sounds like a stretch, but I still think my idea is worth considering.
I am, yes.
What about the Sekimeya? Do you not want to try using it again?
I definitely don't. I have no idea what'll happen with it, but let's forget it exists if we can.
Okay.
The fact he's not asking more questions is crazy. That was the end then. I tried to think of something else to say to her, but I found nothing. If that was the life she wanted to keep living, opposing it would have been a breach of our friendship. Big okay, yay.
He's just being a nice guy. He's being, you know, gentleman.
Yeah.
George.
Yeah. What confused me was her change of heart. She'd been wanting to use the Sekimeya to save Mia up until it had actually become remotely possible. What reason could there have been to not want to attempt it? Was she not fond of the idea of changing the cards we've been dealt? Oh, Katsuki, come on. It had been a focus of my thoughts the entire day. Was I really going to give up so easily? I glanced at Shiroya's expression, which told me how serious she was. I could only be saddened and maybe a little disappointed, but logically speaking, I hadn't lost anything. Mia was already dead before we went to the tower, and the reason we'd entered was to begin moving past it.
Let's go back to the lobby.
Yeah. The large room was empty. Shiroya walked up to the spot where we'd been sitting and returned to her previous position. I sat at her side, recalling the events we'd gone through. All my own recent experiences felt surreal, but I knew they'd truly happened.
Meanwhile, in the event room, Sai is like juggling 7 Sekimeyas, like a clown.
Yeah.
How's it going, Katsuki? Have you caught up yet? I wonder where Arena and Sai went.
Even if they're up to something, we just have to wait here.
Right.
However, Arena soon arrived from hallway B.
Here you are. I lost track of Sai at some point. Have you seen him?
How do you lose track of Sai?
No. I don't know where he is then.
I saw her staring at the mechanical room. When I did, I also felt like something about it had changed. It hadn't been fully closed before, had it? She looked away and came to sit by our side.
There's not much time left, right?
Less than half an hour. Those 12 hours had felt so much longer. It was hard to believe they were coming to an end and that we could resume our normal lives after everything. There was nothing more to be said, not from someone as tired as me. I tried not to think about Sai and focused instead on keeping my mind blank.
We won't actually get out, right? What? We'll stay here for more than a month, won't we? There's no way. The exit will definitely open soon. How can that be, though? In a month, Isla will be alive here, and I haven't saved her yet. If the shutter opens, that'll become impossible.
Every time similar things came out of her mouth, I went quiet. How was I supposed to answer that? I still didn't know what had happened to Arena, but her personality had noticeably shifted at one point. She hadn't yet recovered from her sedated appearance. I know it might sound shallow, but it'll be fine. If Isla is fated to be alive in the future, she will be no matter what you do. You'll see her again, right? That's what the recording predicted. Now you just have to wait until that happens.
Wow. All right. What the fuck happened to Shiroya?
Yeah,
when she
Shiroya
from
went
the
through
bathroom?
some shit, yeah.
Yeah. Do I have to wait a month to see her then?
I don't know. I couldn't get a read on Shiroya. Was she just trying to be optimistic to calm her down? Or was she actually considering that what we'd heard in the recording would occur in the future? I didn't think that was it. She also seemed to believe we were just about to leave the tower. Arena tried to accept what she'd heard, but after a couple minutes, it became clear that she couldn't be content with that alone.
I'll go find Sai. I don't like thinking about what he might be doing.
Huh?
At this point, why aren't we doing more than doubting him? There's been a culprit among us the whole time. Now, only 4 of us are left, and we didn't find Akaro. It can only be him, right?
Among us.
Among us. Of course. Sorry, of us. He's the only one missing. I think he disappeared on purpose. I need to find him.
She walked back to hallway B without giving us time to answer. Shiroya and I looked at each other, hesitant to react. We'd agreed to wait until 9:05, so Arena's abrupt departure wasn't enough to disrupt that. I didn't like the thought of letting her and Sai both run free, but I let it go.
Going back to 9:05.
We were alone, and time kept passing. 3 or 4 minutes later, Shiroya spoke.
What, need to go to the bathroom again?
How much time is left? Less than 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
What?
Sorry, it's all fine. Ignore me.
What? I'm not going to ignore you. What is it?
I was just a bit confused. It's nothing important. Okay, Shiroya. I was almost speechless. I didn't like agreeing with Sai, but I had to. Something about Shiroya was not right. The convenient loss of memory, the sudden appearance in that room. She also changed completely when I'd mentioned using the Sekimeya again and contradicted her own past self.
You know what this would be a good time for, Katsui? Declaration of love. Admit it. Go for it. Go
True,
for it. Oh, you're
true.
still here?
Yeah, did you find Sai?
Sai in a wig. Sai in a wig theory. No. Sorry to ask like this, but what time is it? Oh, Arena trying to pass off time travel. I didn't use the Sekimeya or anything, but you know, what time is it?
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
It should be 8:50 soon.
Really? Oh, okay. Okay, yay!
No way.
This is starting to get ridiculous. What is up with you two? I don't understand. Maybe you were right, Shiroya. We'll wait.
What the fuck did she do?
Time traveling kitten.
Irina made her way to where she'd been sitting, but there was only so much I could ignore.
What the hell did you just do? What time is it? You might as well have just said I used the Sekimeya. How far back did I go? Right to my face.
44 Irina standing right outside that door. She'd come from hallway B, so that was where I went. Shiroya and Irina followed me without saying anything.
And the Sekimeya is not here. You didn't even put it back? You're wrong. I didn't do this. Why did you ask for the time then? To know how much time was left? Of course. I'm telling the truth. I went to search for Sai, but I couldn't find him. I only meant to ask how much time I'd been gone.
I closed the glass. Irina had been gone for about 5 minutes. If she'd actually traveled, a version of her that was still to touch the Sekimeya still existed somewhere. Was everyone just a liar? I'm starting to think so. She could have traveled, but Sai could have also easily hit him himself. I hadn't locked the cabinet, so I didn't know what had happened. I felt disconcerted, frustrated, and even wary of Shiroya, who might have been hiding something from me. No.
This is all just an elaborate prank set up by Miya to finally get Katsuki to admit love to Shiroya.
Oh
She
my
got
God,
frustrated.
you're so right.
Yeah, she's actually the inheritor of whatever the fucking family owns this house, and she's just doing it. Yeah, one big prank.
I noticed the brief instant in which Irina's expression showed surprise. She was still in hallway B, staring at her left.
Did you see something? Huh?
I walked up to her, but I found nothing that stood out in the hallway.
I didn't see anything.
I was getting mad. I wanted to get out with Shiroya more than anything, so what was with her continued silence?
Do we just ignore this then? Do we think the police can understand even a shred of what happened here? Or do we use these last minutes to find Sai and Sekimeya? If he took it, he must have something in mind, and as much as I want to get out, I'm not fond of letting him do as he pleases. Yes, maybe we should search for him.
Search complete. You all did an amazing job this time. My favorite Sai moment so far, maybe. My favorite Sai moment so far, maybe. Sai's face peeked in from hallway B, the lobby side. Did I hear that the Sekimeya is gone? We should have counted every time it happened since the start. What's this, the 12th?
And none of them were your doing, right?
Not a single one. Of course, none of you did it this time either, right? This sneaky Sekimeya must keep teleporting away, making us doubt each other when in reality, none of us would do something so dishonest as lying or taking it ourselves.
And you never chased us with a knife, right?
Did that happen? It's 8:51. Let's go to the lobby.
I'm being serious. You did try to kill me, and I still don't even know why.
Katsuki, are you stupid? How would I get a knife? There's no place to hide one, right? That Sai was not the same one I'd punched. I clenched my fist, ready to do it for the first time again. Are you sure you didn't imagine it? I'm not stupid enough to kill someone, and there's no knife I could have used.
Wait, did we even bring up a knife? How does he know knife?
You never chased us with a knife, right?
Okay.
I glanced at Shiroya's purse and gestured at her to open it. Huh? Oh. She unzipped it and showed me its contents.
Where is it?
I don't know. The knife wasn't there. She traveled again, which might have gotten rid of it. I'm sure the police will do a great job at figuring out what happened. Now let's wait in the lobby.
Imagine the shutters open and Erica walks in. Time to solve the mystery, everyone. No.
I went to hallway A. Someone had hidden the Sekimeya one last time, right before the exit would open. I had no idea what purpose that served, but there had to be one. I walked up to the storeroom. Every time the Sekimeya was hidden, we were able to find it. The last few minutes we had were enough to do it one more time. You want to spend the remaining time doing this shit again? Go ahead. I would. Once I felt the storeroom was empty, I moved on to the crystal room, A5. I hoped I wouldn't have to see Isla's face again, but there was no helping it. I kept going from room to room, getting Sai's sneer in between. Behind him were Shiroya and Irina, completely neutral and unhelpful. I got to the security room and was assaulted by the stench of death again. The computer screens were suspended, so I pressed a key to light them up again, trying not to step on all the blood. The time displayed was 8:55, which matched Sai's. Most of the drawers were filled with papers I'd never bothered to read. Something that caught my attention was the one was full of batteries, but they were too packed for the Sekimeya to be in any of them. I looked inside the suitcase, but it was still empty. However, before I left, I kneeled beside Kitei's body. Under the desk was the computer tower. To look behind it, I held my breath and crawled up to it. There it was. The Sekimeya glowed white, contrasting the obscured space between the desk and the wall.
Wait, did he see the glowing? How did he know that was there?
I don't know. Making sure not to touch it with my skin, I dragged it out. It was scorching, so I had to hold it with the bottom of my search to leave the room with it. You did it. Happy now? I made my way past the three and put it in the cabinet. Without a second thought, I locked it. Given how hot it had been, Irina had some credibility. If she just traveled from the future, the Sekimeya shouldn't have been that hot, and she could no longer travel after our current point. The Sekimeya would stay locked away until the police came. Knowing her actions could have altered reality, though, it wasn't for certain.
I think maybe we just had a omitted, I also unplugged the cabinet while no one was looking in that scene just now. I don't know what you hope to accomplish, but there you go. Now we can wait. Is that a problem for you?
Not at all. Why would it be? Oh, you still think I hid the Sekimeya myself. Now you can see you're wrong. Let's go to the lobby, as I've been saying.
All right. Yay.
The four of us left the Sekimeya behind and entered the lobby. In less than 10 minutes, the metal shutter was supposed to open. Do you think it's going to open?
Absolutely not.
Okay. We approached
I
where
hope it does.
You hope it does? Okay. I also hope it does.
Yeah.
We approached where we'd been sitting and reclaimed our places. Everything had been set up for our departure. I glanced at the three people next to me. Sai looked indifferent while Irina appeared serious. Am I right? I began to think Shiroya was a little tense. Is anything wrong?
I don't know. Are you looking forward to leaving? Passive-aggressive Akatsuki?
Yeah, I can't wait. Her melancholic tone took me aback, leaving me without a reply. 3 people had died. Akaro had vanished. Was he somehow still in the tower? It seemed that only 4 of us were minutes away from feeling the cold air rolling off the mountains. Shiroya and I first entered the lobby when the night sky was above us, and in a few minutes we would hopefully see it again. The countdown was leading toward the result of a battle only a few of us were aware of, what we'd been told about the alarm versus the recording we'd heard. In just a few minutes, one would win. It wouldn't take much time for us to become aware of our fate. Sai was the only remaining person who hadn't heard the recording and fittingly looked the most carefree. Perhaps he'd soon understand that his future was much more grim than expected. Irina had lost her daughter and a fair chunk of her sanity. Understanding her thoughts had, at one point, become an impossible task, and I wasn't sure what she was hoping would happen next. One thing was certain. During those 12 hours, we hadn't figured out anything. There were too many things left unexplained, things that had eluded me and would most likely continue to do so. Mia wouldn't come back to life, despite the inexplicable mentions of her. People had died for incomprehensible reasons. We'd been granted access to a time travel device and gotten nothing out of it. Even just minutes previously, the Sekimeya had been hidden, and I had no idea why. I could barely grasp most of the day's events, and I definitely couldn't understand some others at all. The inevitable outcome was right around the corner. The Sekimeya had been part of murder cases in the smoke attack. It would soon make its way into the world, potentially leading to drastic changes. Why had an object capable of time travel been in Ashiya Tower? Thinking about the time we'd stepped into the building, we'd done that looking to overcome loss. Maybe that part had gone well. Before that day, Shiroya had barely spoken for a week. Next to me, not much of that taciturn person remained. but I felt I understood her less than before. In the past, I had never questioned her. I thought we'd known each other perfectly. That very thought was what allowed me to trust her even then, despite the oddness that seemed to emanate from her.
What's the time?
9 o'clock. Only these last 5 minutes are left. No sound was coming through the shutter, but many people were surely on the other side of it. Police, Ashia, even townspeople. As soon as they saw Irina's bloody clothes, they would begin to understand what we had gone through. We'd probably be interrogated. We would become murder suspects, but we'd also see the streets of Yushibana again. After that, we'd be released, and Shiroya and I could go back home.
Wait, can't they knock through the shutter then? Can't they just communicate? Or is there 2 shutters? Is there like a hallway outside? It gotta be, right? No. How does that work?
Don't know. I didn't know what to expect in that regard. I never thought about it, but perhaps some people knew about the existence of the Sekimeya, and once we showed our knowledge of it, we'd become a threat. It's supposedly 100% soundproof? Okay.
Alright. Sure.
Or would the police not believe a word we said? It wasn't clear yet whether the cameras had been working. If someone's plan to steal the Sekimeya was about to succeed, the outside world could end up never believing our story. We'd all been staring at the floor or our laps, a sign of our exhaustion and need to get out. I felt I heard a sound, so I abruptly looked up. There was nothing.
What? Where's Irina?
Oh no. Huh? That's a great question. Did she go somewhere? The hallway doors were closed, and it seemed unlikely she could have left through one of them. However, at our right was the mechanical room. She'd been the closest to it, and it was possible she'd silently made her way inside. I couldn't imagine why she would, and I glanced around the room to be sure she excuse me, really wasn't with us.
You 2 didn't hear anything, right?
I didn't. I looked into Shiroya's eyes, but she didn't do the same. Instead, she had the same nervous look from earlier. Then she stood up.
Huh?
Don't forget what I said. I meant all of it. Now stay here and don't follow me. Not again.
Whoa.
Before I could finish, she took off. She ran to hallway B and disappeared through it. My heart jumped, but I couldn't move. My suspicion had been confirmed in the easiest way. That wasn't the Shiroya I knew. A flash came to me. Just earlier, I had looked at her purse. The knife wasn't there. That's fine, that doesn't mean anything. But what else should have been in her purse? Her wallet, my keys, our identification, and the 2 tickets for today's event. Right, I didn't realize it. At least 2 of those things were missing. My keys weren't there, and neither were our tickets. However, there were keys. Did I recognize them? I turned my head to face Sai. Like me, he looked dumbfounded and remained immobilized by Shiroya's words.
Oh.
The lights suddenly went out. Sai's face disappeared from sight as everything became dark.
What a perfect time for a break.
Thank you, Colton72, for resubbing. Hey, I'm not caught up to the VODs and a little hungover, but heard it's been going great. Looking forward to seeing this later in the week. Have a fun stream. Thank you, Colton. I hope you feel better soon. Sorry about the hangover. Alright, we'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. I'm gonna make tea.
Oh, imagine Sekimeya with a hangover. Wow.
Sekimeya with a hangover is brutal, yeah. That would be really tough.
See you soon, chat.
See you soon. Oh, Joe's posting in the chat.
I was wrong before. I did do Bandle. I got Bandle in 1.
You got Bandle in 1. Wait a minute. I'm gonna go do Bandle.
If you haven't done Bandle, you will get Bandle in 1 too. I guarantee you're gonna get Bandle in 1.
All right, hold on 1 second. 1 second. Oh yeah.
Yep.
I did get Bandle in 1. Incredible.
Yep.
It took me 3 seconds. Wow.
Yep, that's exactly my experience.
It's sad that didn't happen on a stream day for you. People would have really liked it.
This is the millennial Bandle experience today. Yeah.
Bandle 1. Does anyone else agree that the number 8 is purple? What, like all the time in like a synesthesia kind of way? You can see that?
I don't think I have synesthesia.
I definitely don't, unless assisted. You ever spend a day building a desk so now you can't relax with your computer without moving it across? Oh, that sucks. You associate 8 with purple. Do you think it's because it's the at the end of the rainbow?
Oh.
All right. Should we release them from their torment and continue?
Release my torment too. I want to know what's happening.
I had a tragedy during break. I'm drinking loose leaf tea and it's in like a little metal canister that has a chain attached to it, and I accidentally dropped the chain into the tea. So I had to go on a fishing expedition to pull it out. It was really tough for me.
Your life is so hard, babe.
I know.
It's so hard. It's hard being you.
Thank you, babe. Yeah. All right. Anyway, do you want to take narration now? Because my throat hurts.
Sure.
Thank you. All right, go for it.
Sigh?
Yes.
This is hot. He was still there. We stood up, letting out heavy breaths. What the fuck happened?
You're asking the wrong person.
What time is it? His watch gave off a faint blue light.
9:03.
Only 2 minutes left? Why did the lights go off?
Did you not notice that?
Notice what? Ah! Arena's voice came from the right, this sounding desperate and in pain. Hey, what's going on? I think my finger is bleeding. Why are the lights off? Where were you?
I'm serious. Did you not see a flashing light?
What? Yeah, I saw it too. For an instant, I saw a flashing light. I don't know what it was.
Me too. After that, the lights went off.
What the fuck are you two talking about? I didn't see that. People traveled, he didn't. And then my finger started hurting. It's seriously bleeding. What happened?
No idea, but before the lights went off, Sekimeiya suddenly ran to hallway B.
Huh? Then did she do this? How would she? And why the hell did you just leave? My eyes had begun to adapt to the... Ooh, that's spooky. So because of the stream, like, encoding on Discord, like, I still see, like, an after image ghost of all of the text that was just on the screen.
Oh.
My eyes had begun to adapt to the darkness, and thanks to a faint light coming from the reception desk, I could see the closest wall.
Wait, Katsuki.
What?
9:05.
Why is the shutter still there, then?
It could be about to open. We don't know exactly the time the alarm went off. Maybe it was at 9:06.
We stared at it. It could open at any second. Lost in the darkness, we stood, hoping our rescue was seconds away. I could very faintly see the metal surface of the shutter. It was still there, looking like the same imposing blockade it always had.
9:07.
No way.
I'm pretty sure it should have opened already. It's been more than 12 hours.
I knew it.
What did you know? Answer me.
Irina kept silent, but we could hear her breathing. Laying our hearts hammer our chests, we kept facing the sealed entrance, our promised freedom slipping away.
Nina, wait, what the fuck? Why is it still closed?
Whoa, Sai not being like, I knew this would happen. Also, like, he's actually upset. Damn, there it was. We had a winner. That was the recording's prediction. The tower wasn't going to open then, and it wouldn't for a very long time. How could it have happened? Why would the outside abandon us?
This is Shiroya's fault. She knew something would happen.
I found the open door to hallway B and went through it. It was completely dark, but a breeze lured me to the event room. Breeze? The room was cold. Had Shiroya run to get the Sekimeya? I carefully walked to the cabinet, moved aside the curtain, and tried to open the glass. It shouldn't have been locked. Sorry, it should have been locked, but it wasn't. The glass was partially open, and I could put my hand inside. I felt the Sekimeya's surface and confirmed it was still there. However, something had definitely been done to the cabinet.
Katsuki, are you here? Why is it so cold?
I am. Shiroya, where did you go?
There are no light switches anywhere, right?
Is it a power outage? It couldn't be. The temperature function of the cabinet was still working. I thought it was Irina went to the maintenance room and turned the lights off, but I guess not.
I don't know.
The security room, the doors hadn't opened, but other functions might have come back, such as the internet connection. I dashed to the hallway and slammed my body into the door of the security room. Weird conclusion, bro? Okay, huh? What? I continued trying to push it open, but it wouldn't budge.
Don't tell me. Is the security room locked?
It is. Can't we unlock it? Did we go like back to 9 o'clock the day before the lock happened and they closed the shutters at night or something? Kate had the key, but his body is inside.
It's 9:10. There's no way the time is wrong. Why is this still going?
Sai, who'd been ignorant of the recording since the start, hadn't foreseen such an outcome. I used the last amount of strength I had to pathetically walk back to the lobby.
Pathetic.
The metal shutter was still there. Proving something other than time would be needed to get out of it. My body crumpled down. I couldn't keep going. A month? What kind of joke was that? I couldn't bear one more second. Shiroya's words played back in my head. Don't forget what I said. I meant all of it. I laughed, alone. I didn't know where I was, what anything had become. None of it. Nothing we'd done had any meaning. We'd made it to the end of that impossibly long day for nothing. The words Shiroya had abandoned me with, were they supposed to be reassuring? I tried to continue yelling her name, but my voice broke. She'd known what would happen and hadn't warned us. She kept waiting at our side, bolstering our hope until she'd run away. That's kind of fucked up. Why? She would never have done that. I couldn't let a single day change my view of her. But I couldn't help but despair. I wanted to leave. I wanted to be hit by the icy air and feel released. I wanted to talk to more people, even if they were the police.
Do you think after chapter 1 the timeline's gonna reset and we're gonna see the other timeline?
I think so, yeah. Yeah. And it wouldn't happen. Could we survive an entire month? Of course not. Shiroya hadn't been mentioned in the recording, so would I not see her for weeks? Are we just gonna like it's gonna reset and it's gonna be like Katsuki and Mia going to the place for the first time? And like, oh no, Shiroya died, and but sad, so sad. And this time, Naimu's gonna live, or something like that.
Yep.
Would we just two Umineko pilled?
Yeah.
Would the nightmare persist in the Sekimeya's domain? It was too horrible of a thought to bear. People had died, and I still didn't know who, how, why.
Did they discuss how Sai's watch works if he goes back? No, not really. There was one version of Sai where his watch was just completely fucked, and then I think since then he's been making sure to sync his watch, as far as I can tell.
Lights had gone out, so I followed their example. I closed my eyes, intensifying the darkness before I felt once again how insignificant I was. Yeah, I actually don't blame him for this crash out. I would probably be feeling the same way right now.
Yeah.
Yep. Getting betrayed by
Chapter
Shiroya is like really fucking hard.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I feel bad for him. And chapter 1? And chapter 1?
No. No, maybe crash. It crashed. Crash out like Katsuki. Oh, I hear something.
I think reading Umineko and Sekimeya at the same time is mental alchemy that'll turn your brain into swamp water, so I'm excited for the new Royal U on the other side. Oh shit.
Oh, message in a ball time. As they feared, their time in Ashiya Tower wouldn't end yet. The warning they'd received hadn't been enough to prepare them, and their uncertain future threatened to be cruel.
Find me. Tell my story.
think, feel. Since the mysteries had begun to stack up, they knew they couldn't withstand them. What the fuck is going on in the background? Many details that sheltered the truth had been left ungrasped, and they were ignorant to one important fact. Whoa, their lives had just been saved.
Winner, Beatrice the Golden Witch.
Nobody could imagine why the Sekimeya had been exposed to them. Nobody could imagine the beautiful labyrinth they were creating, a transparent labyrinth that engulfed its own creators. A labyrinth that didn't hide truth anywhere, and whose walls could be broken. Labyrinth of glass? Oh, that's the spun glass! Every riddle, no matter how small, was accompanied by an answer. However, some of those answers weren't held by anyone. Not by anyone inside the tower, that is. What about you? Inevitably, every riddle will be unfolded. Every detail will strengthen. This is a cool screen. And meaning will arise. When the time comes, I wish you will be prepared. The peak was within reach, but it felt unattainable. Was the reason the path taken? To climb to the top, others were essential. Only then will the puzzle be laid out and every spot contain its proper piece. Inside the dark tower, there was only one thing that could be taken for granted. And that's that nothing could be taken for granted. The path to comprehension extended far past the one to freedom.
Yay, Steam achievement! Chapter 1 completed.
Yay!
I was watching my screen attentively, waiting for the Steam achievement. Oh shit.
Man, it's a laptop. I was afraid of this.
Oh shit.
What are we doing? Is this me or you?
I'll take it. Amidst the vast internet was a specific forum thread. The date showed it had been written in the afternoon of November 24th, 2011. It contained 2 paragraphs. I swear this is all the truth. I'm not messing around. I'm a bit scared, though, and I'm not sure what to do. I think I just woke up from a really strange dream. It felt hyper-realistic, and I'm still shaking. It was all a dream? I don't know if it means anything. Maybe it was a premonition, I'm not sure. However, I'd be careful on the 15th of next month. If I don't say this anonymously, I'll be laughed at or even fired. On the 15th, Ashia will hold a big event in the tower, and there will be a terrorist attack. It will be called the Sekimeya. Soon, maybe they'll announce it. I don't think I'm a prophet or anything, but I'm still trying to calm down. This time it felt too real to let it pass. That's what I dreamed. It's so bizarre I still think it might have really happened. That's why I feel the need to post it in case it actually means something. Don't go to that event if it happens. Some people even got trapped inside, but I don't know what happened to them. I think something might be wrong with me. I don't know why, but I'm not home. I can hardly believe it's still the 24th, and I don't know what I'm doing at my parents' house. Sorry to rant about this, but I need to let it out somewhere. I've been suffering from a few mental issues, but nothing's been as bad as this. I've been living alone for 2 years while my condition has gotten worse and worse. I feel I can't continue on my own, and letting people around me know might be a horrible idea. Anyway, maybe some of you will have some advice. I know posting here isn't the most effective thing, but it's very hard for me to talk about this out loud. Thank you for reading.
Yeah, it's Mia. I agree with chat. I think this is Mia.
It's gotta be Mia. The thread gathered very few views and only a handful of replies. It had been posted on a nearly desolate subcategory dedicated to Yushibana events. 2 days later came the last reply before the thread was locked. The foolish warning wasn't enough to prevent the incident foreseen 3 weeks prior. When November came to an end, the thread had gathered 33 views. Just 1 month later, it had grown to the thousands. The identity behind the poster was never released, but some figured it out. And the account wasn't used again, leaving many people wondering by themselves what had happened during the days leading to the 15th and on the fated final one. Okay, Nexpo. We did have a synchronized there. We did that earlier off stream too. Yeah.
Yeah, we synchronized Sai, yeah.
What?
Maxi?
Maxi? Oh, the dog. The dog is Maxi. Maxie was startled as Katsuki and Shiroya looked at each other. The sound they'd just heard brought with it a semblance of normalcy that they'd craved. Standing up from the sofa, Katsuki walked up the front door of his house and did what he'd been waiting for all day. Upon
Oh
turning
man,
the
that's a
handle,
nice sectional sofa there.
I know,
Probably
it was
cost like
pretty nice.
$10,000, right?
Yeah. Upon upon turning the handle and opening the door, he saw a figure he'd not seen in a long time, the same person he'd always known. He'd almost expected her to be uncomfortable or look out of sorts. Instead, he realized he was the one who appeared that way. Hey. After a long few seconds, Mia put on a smile and made her way in. There she is.
She's here.
Oh, there she saw Shiroya walking toward the door, nearly in disbelief after seeing her for so long. Mia, I'm glad to see you. It's been a while. Me too.
Red and blue, huh?
Yeah. As she glanced at her surroundings, remembering the many times she'd been there in the past, on the floor, after recognizing Mia, Maxie looked happy to see her too. It really has been a while since we got together like this, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Feels like it's been way longer. It's so strange to see other people here.
Mia bent down and scratched behind Maxie's ear, an action she'd picked up from Katsuki. Both he and Shiroya watched her wordlessly, unsure what they could say. Well, what have you two been up to?
Not much, honestly. I haven't really talked to anyone from school in a while.
It's the same for me. No one's been around. Mia could easily recognize that they were both acting awkwardly, and the last thing she wanted after reaching out to Katsuki was for him to distance himself again. Shame there aren't any good movies to go see. We could catch up that way.
Oh, well, it's not like the theater here is that great anyway. I regret going every time.
Planning on moving to the big city so you can go to fancy theaters? I bet you want central heating, too.
I don't know. I'd rather not think about that, you know? It's not like living here is all bad or anything, but sometimes you just want more.
Us bumpkins aren't good enough? I see how it is. I feel you, though. The last time I watched a movie there was almost a year ago, and it was horrible. A better catalog would be great.
Alright, I really like Mia so far.
Wait, is that the one you recommended to us? The one you said not to look up or read the premise of? We never ended up going, but I still had it on my mind. Oh, did I? Very possible. It was one of a kind. I wouldn't even mind watching it again with you two, but I'll be shocked if it hasn't been discontinued. Hey, isn't it pretty cold in here? I'm pretty used to it outside, but I can never relax indoors if the temperature isn't just right.
She's literally the Sekimeya. Yeah, sorry, I've gotten into the habit of turning the heat on and then back off once it gets warm again.
Maybe we can win the lottery and spring for a house with a sauna. If more than one of us enters, it's a sure thing. I wish. Oh, you do? I didn't figure you were the polygamous type. What?
She didn't mean it like that.
Layton, both of you are so stiff.
Sorry, it's been a while. I'm not used to being around people. Whoa.
She looks like a bird. Maybe she laid the egg. That's true.
Shiroya isn't people?
I actually passed by the lottery office just now and thought about giving it a shot, but I didn't want to be late. I was also really eager to see Maxie and Umi, you know? I've been thinking of getting a few cats, and I see that Umi's been eyeing me from under that couch, so maybe she wants to come with me. God, she's so cute.
I don't think so. Umi is the cat, by the way. It's the Umi Neko.
Yeah. I figured I'd just have to bribe my parents, but they've been more stubborn than usual. Apparently, both of them are a bit allergic, but they won't even let me just have them in my room. I've been trying to get a job, but I haven't had much luck yet. Oh, she's jobless? Good.
Where have you been looking? Where have you been looking anyway?
Well, they had many things to talk about, and Mia's willingness to break the ice was much appreciated. Katsuki and Shiroya both viewed her as the missing link in their lives that had finally been restored. Hours went by thanks to all the things they wanted to let out, their future decisions, what their past months had been like, and many more thoughts they'd been keeping to themselves. And Katsuki, talking about it was hard. He wanted to ignore some problems for a while instead of acknowledging them. Deep down, however, he knew he couldn't do that forever. Mia had given him an excuse to approach it. But as time went on, they realized they'd soon not have much to talk about or do together, and the mood began to sour. They weren't at school anymore, so talking about what their days had been like wasn't the same. Oh, I found this on the way here. Katsuki and Shiroya lifted their heads. Mia was holding a gray flyer with wet stains from where the snow had fallen on it. It says November 29th, so it was put up today. I found it on a streetlight close to here and thought it sounded interesting.
Isn't that the Shia logo?
Oh yeah, I know you two don't like them very much, but read what it says. Intrigued, Shiroya took the paper from her and read it out loud. Sekimeya. On the third Thursday of next month, we will hold the largest event we've ever had the pleasure to put together in Ashiya Tower. Make sure not to miss it, as we'll show the rarest gemstone to have been found in recent years. Like every Thursday, the special visit will start at 9. I thought that we could go before your birthdays. You want to take over narration for a bit?
Birthdays? Okay, like I'm learning a lot from this from the scene. Shiroya and Katsuki are just always just fucking miserable. Like oh my god, like what is this? Huh?
Yeah, they're kind of drags, huh?
Yeah, they are. Like when they looked at each other, Katsuki and Shiroya knew they couldn't refuse. They never entered Ashiya Tower, and their families usually would have prevented them. But neither of them were personally against going once their parents were overseas. Both of them also agreed that they'd read what they read sounded intriguing. Man, they're just made for each other, huh?
Yeah. Look, it says that if we want to attend, we should hurry up and buy the tickets from this website.
Knowing that what their answer would be, Mia walked to the computer and input the URL. With Katsuki and Shiroya looking over her shoulders, the 3 pricey tickets were purchased. It was money neither Shiroya nor Atsuki had intended to spend, but to them it was worthwhile. The thought of going somewhere together even made them smile.
Wow.
They bought the tickets using Katsuki's payment details, but they all paid for them for their own. After that, they printed them. This is a nice room. I like this room.
Yeah, it's very nice. There we go. I'm hoping they're not exaggerating. It said we'll go in groups of 3, so we should be able to enter together.
Katsuki and Shiroya felt satisfied and appreciative of Mia. She folded the papers and put them in a purse she'd long ago left at Katsuki's house, which brought back memories of all the time she'd worn it with them. Katsuki's heater, once turned on, was comfortable, so they spent the entire time in his house until it felt appropriate to leave, but Mia also paid for her share of the heating bill while she was here. Mia's parents informed her that they'd made dinner for her, and Shiroya took it as a cue as well. After saying their goodbyes, Katsuki saw both girls leaving on different paths.
Oh, it's a metaphor.
It hadn't been the most fun day they could recall, but at least Katsuki felt at peace, as it had been exactly what he needed after spending many months by himself. He went to sleep looking forward to the next day when they'd agreed to meet again.
Back to Ashiya Tower. No.
Ooh, animations.
Mm.
It was the afternoon, and it had just started snowing. Phone in hand, Katsuki waited at the spot they'd settled on, close to the school they'd recently graduated from. He saw a flyer stuck on the bus stop titled The Sekimeya, identical to the one Mia had shown him.
Yeah, we switched to Seki Pro.
He saw Mia approaching, and she sped up upon seeing him as well. Minutes later, Shiroya came from the same direction, and the 3 found themselves at a bus stop with a plastic roof, not having decided where to go next. Unfazed by the snow, they walked toward a stone path reminiscent of the days when they'd left school together. A few younger students could be seen in groups near benches. Oh, this is a photograph, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a photograph.
Some of their faces were recognizable, like everyone else around them. They sat on one of the benches, their coats protecting them from the icy surface that remained after wiping off the snow.
I kind of miss this routine. It's definitely something you get used to. I can't believe years start going by so quickly.
On the plus side, we don't have to deal with anything involving physics anymore. What a drag of a class.
That's a good line. That's a good line. Please don't remind me. I can't believe how many times Miss Mayuko pulled someone out into the hallway. Why be a teacher if you're gonna act like that?
Yeah, you think you couldn't get away with it in such a small town. All of the parents should have been up in arms about it.
You wrote that line and it wasn't intentional? Great job, Godot. Isn't that normal? I almost expect small towns like this to have murder cults all the adults initiate the kids into. Well, not mine, unless they're part of a foreign chapter and making arrangements right now.
Shiroya's parents and mine would definitely be in it together. Actually, they haven't tried to get you to move in again, have they? Oh.
It's not constant, but sometimes, yeah. I feel guilty, but a big part of me wants to be here. I don't like that my mom is being so pushy about it. At least she gets the message if I ignore the call or just outright tell her no, but after a couple of weeks, she tries again.
My parents both keep doing the same thing. Is it too strained for you?
It really is. My birthday's coming up and she hasn't even mentioned it. I bet the only thing she's gonna do for it is ask me to leave again, like it's a gift for me.
Sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up.
It's fine. I wish she'd have supported me living the way I want to, you know? It's not like I ever got bad grades or anything when we were in school. I proved I could take care of things.
I'm not so sure. You remember, what was it, 5 years ago? You couldn't even look at a map and tell me where you were on it. Whoa, hold on. Some of us can't do that, all right?
That was different. It never came up before. You can't hold that against me.
And what about the time we had to catalog local animals? You didn't even know where to start looking.
Come on, Katsuki. No, I want to hear this. Go on.
We were supposed to build a list of animals that lived around here. It was one of those big year-long projects. Actually, you were here for that, weren't you?
I can't believe I got bogged down in Slice of Life reading Higurashi, and now we're having Slice of Life Sekimeya. Okay, fucking loser. Anyway. Yeah, but we didn't really know each other back then.
This is all super important and is going to have double meanings when you read it back a second time. Well, Shiroya had no clue what to do. We went out to the edge of town and looked for, well, anything. It was still fall then, and we actually stumbled into a bunch of lizards.
Oh, I bet she made her usual shocked face when she sees anything that moves.
Of course.
God, you're not one to talk, Mia.
The best part was that she panicked a bit and stepped on one of their tails. It popped right off and she screamed.
I didn't know their tails came off and grew back. It never came up before. How can you not know that? I just didn't. You don't even see lizards once the cold hits.
I honestly thought you saw a bear or something.
No way, I'd have left you for dead. Ice cold. Although black bears aren't that aggressive, usually.
Yeah, I'd have been totally fine, and you would have regretted your betrayal. You've told me way too many things I could use against you. Is this flirting?
Ooh, like what? You can tell me. Anyway, it turned out that we completely misunderstood and tried to catch one too. Really, all we had to do was tell what kind of animal it was, not the species, the genus.
Yeah, I felt like an idiot.
So you didn't catch a bear? Shame.
I've known Shiroya long enough that it wouldn't surprise me. She's good with animals, but she needs a bit of time to warm up to them. I'm sure a bear would grow a liking to her fast.
You think so? I'd probably just play dead and hope to survive.
Well, you're always very sweet with Umi, and she seems to really like you. Honestly, I was a bit jealous of you in the past. If I didn't know better, I think you'd end up becoming a vet.
Me? I doubt it, yeah. I stopped considering that when I was 12. That's just so much school, just to get your foot in the door. It's not like I want to end up being some boring office worker or something, but I want to have time for myself, too. Could just find a nice rich guy and become a gold digger instead. Yeah, I doubt that, too.
So do I. You should have seen her as a kid, Mia. She didn't want anything to do with boys.
Ooh. There's still time. There's still time for Shiroya, Mia, Yuri. There's still time. Pride Month started. Except you? Damn it.
Well, I didn't want anything to do with them either most of the time. But boys? For a while, both of us didn't have a great relationship with our classmates, so we just kind of hung out with each other. I don't really know how it happened, but our parents definitely contributed to it too.
All the girls had their cliques, that's how. It's insane how they get in a town like this. One person says something bad about you and it spreads fast, even if it's not true. Most of them ended up maturing, fortunately, but it was really bad at the start. Katsuki was never like that, though.
Well, I'd be an asshole if I was. You're right, though. Things got a lot better after middle school, probably because everyone's too busy doing well to pick fights.
I'm not so sure about that. Look at all the old farts here who go on and on about how terrible Ashiya is.
As far as I'm concerned, both groups suck, centrist.
How moderate of you, a man after my own heart.
Oh. Oh. So when she used the Sekimeya, did she seem like Mia and Katsuki happy in a relationship? And she's like, fuck that, we can't bring her back? What's going on? They kept talking like that for quite some time, whiling away the day in the way that made them most comfortable. Existing with each other was enough for them. Eventually, their coats were no longer able to protect them from the icy air. The short winter day came to an end as the sky began to darken. Colliding with their own misty breath, Mia stood up and asked whether they'd like to walk around to warm themselves up.
I'll take a moment and say I do like that they're having this conversation on a bench, and also he wrote his shitty little story taking place on a bench, and there's like you can tell that it was based on the place that he actually went to go talk to his friends. I'll give them points for that. Great job, Godot.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Nice. Good observation. From Ciudad Della Park, they would usually head home. Instead, they headed in the opposite direction toward the more rustic part of Yushibana, which bordered the surrounding mountain range. They weren't unfamiliar with it, but it was rare they'd end up there. It barely had shops, and most buildings were residences. However, the narrow brick streets adorned by the dim snow made it particularly cozy. Quiet footsteps, the only audible sound. No, I just got confused there, it's alright. Drew took out her phone and looked at the time. 8:27. Aimlessly walking, they noticed the falling snow was getting lighter. People were entering their homes for the night, and some tire tracks had recently been carved into the snow.
What's that?
Mia had been living in Yushibana for many years, but she was well aware that the other two knew the town much better. She pointed at a bright window next to an opaque door, the view of its interior covered by a curtain.
I believe it's a jewelry shop. Maybe the owner lives here since there's a second level. And it's still open?
Every lit window on the path had been high up so that one stood out. In recent years, a few amateur jewelers had been appearing throughout Yushibana, selling the gemstones found in the nearby mountains. Timidly, Shiroya approached the door and tried to open it. Oh, hello, it's not usual I get a late visit. Are you searching for anything in particular? While the old man stepped out from behind the reception desk, Shiroya turned around to meet Akatsuki's gaze. He simply shrugged. Noticing Mia's look of interest, the owner addressed her, slowly bringing her inside. Anything you see can be put on a necklace, earrings, or even a ring. Are you three looking to buy matching necklaces? Kids usually ask for that. Really?
Not really, no.
The owner didn't give up, looking at Shiroya for her own answer. On both sides of his shirt was the logo of the shop, Mushashi Gemstones.
She does look like the red angry bird, I have to admit. I have to admit that Chad is right.
She does, yeah.
Especially here.
The three of them stepped farther into the shop and heard the door closing behind them, preserving the warmth. They saw that only a few ceiling lights were on and spotted a heater on the opposite side of the room. It was a modest shop with wooden shelves showcasing different kinds of colored stones, each with a price tag next to it. Even at my age, I regularly go to the mountains behind us. Sorry, to the two mountains behind us. I found all that you see here, without exception. Oh, does G find the Sekimeya? The shop was separated by the shelves, and the three found themselves under the obligation to look through them. It was evident that many of the pieces were of lesser quality than the others and were being showcased with hopes they'd eventually be sold. Being the most interested, Mia started going through them, knowing she had enough money to buy one if it grabbed her attention. She kept in mind the one she liked while she continued stepping farther into the shop. Shiroya had also seemed captivated by a couple of them, but Katsuki had quickly decided to wait near the entrance, doubting he'd have an interest in anything. Don't you want to look at them? See here, I put together a few wristbands of different colors, and I believe I still have one I'm sure would suit you very well. When Katsuki looked at the first shelf, he had a quick change of heart. He saw two similar triangular stones in a shining dark blue, his favorite color.
Oh.
Do you like these? They're tanzanite, one of the most beautiful gems.
Like Shiroya's necklace.
Behind the shelf, Katsuki could hear the two girls who had come back to his life. He truly hoped things would stay as they were.
Did he get them both necklaces? Whoa.
Can these be put in a pendant? Katsuki spoke in a quiet voice with the idea to secretly buy matching pendants for them. Oh, dude, what are you doing?
Brother.
No.
Come on.
Oh my
now it's
God.
gonna figure in the story because they're gonna like find the pendant on somebody's body and she's gonna have like a fucking wig on. And they're gonna think it's Shiroya, but it's actually Mia, and it's gonna be a whole fucking thing. We're going for different reasons.
Of course, come here. The owner took both gems and crouched behind the reception desk. In no time, he fitted the two of them into pendants. The price was affordable, so Katsuki paid it without saying a word.
She's inventing Mr. X and he's inventing NTRs. So fucking wicked, you know?
The two girls hadn't heard him. Shiroya had stopped in the middle of the shop. and was staring at a specific display. After her was Mia, who had seen almost everything on offer. She was close to a wooden door, which she believed must have led to a higher level where the old man lived. Mia frowned. Upon entering, she'd barely noticed an odd smell which had become a little unpleasant. She couldn't help but feel as if she'd smelled it before, but she couldn't determine what it was.
Oh.
While the owner was putting both pendants in a bag, the door opened, making him quickly let go of them.
Hello. I'm sorry for coming in earlier than arranged.
No, don't worry. I'm happy to see you. Oh?
Oh.
Katsuki saw the owner morphing his face into a big smile. Through the door came a man wearing an expensive-looking coat that covered most of his face. The owner took him to the reception table, where they began to talk in quiet words. It's Okaro? From the side, Katsuki heard the man speaking briefly. After a nod, the owner walked toward the opposite side of the room and came back after a minute, bringing a heavy-looking small box. I'm not done. Give me a moment. Oh, and you're aware of what I discussed with Lei, right? The price will be double the usual. Those were the sole words Katsuki was able to make out, which made him think something of high value was being traded. Then the owner walked back toward the opposite side. It can't be the Sekimeya because the Sekimeya is already being on display at Ashiya House, right?
It's also probably small, too big, right? Because the Sekimeya is probably too big. I don't know. I guess small box is relative. It's Akaro and Gate. Yeah, good.
In the meantime, the other man peeked inside the box and closed it again.
Sorry, I was just like, someone explained NTR as night rain.
I mean, it tracks if you solo queue because everyone else is having a good time. Slightly curious, Katsuki glanced at the owner walking toward Mia.
Oh.
This is the smoke. But in an instant, he couldn't spot him anymore as a dense, dark smoke had invaded his field of vision. Behind him, he heard the sound of a door closing. Before he could put two and two together, he collapsed, incapable of movement. The entire narrow shop had been inundated by the sudden smoke. Out of the four people, none of them were able to resist falling unconscious during the brief instance where they could be alarmed. And then Mia died. No, Mia died in an explosion in the mountains, right next to where the Sekimeya was found. And it was definitely not the Sekimeya being overpowered in time travel that made it explode right there and killing Mia. No way.
Hey, kid, can you hear me?
Katsuki began to recognize a few words, and his eyes shut open. When he saw that he was still in the shop, he remembered having passed out. Battling a headache, he stood up and saw two unfamiliar men.
Sorry, cat was howling. What the hell happened here? Are you okay?
Katsuki didn't respond and instead peeked past one of the shelves. Oh?
Huh?
There were both blood and pieces of skin scattered across the farther walls. When he took one step forward, he saw a huge hole in the floor. Where are the two girls that were here? Nobody replied, not because they didn't want to answer, but because they didn't know. However, going off the blood, they felt they couldn't have responded regardless. Behind the two men, Katsuki spotted the owner looking down at his feet. There was a streak of blood running across his face. Hey, answer me.
There was an explosion a few minutes ago. That's all we know.
First, there was an explosion, and Katsuki rushed toward the hole and looked in it, but it was pitch black. He couldn't see a thing. He could hardly believe his eyes. Shiroya and Mia had been... I'm sorry, am I getting some of the story mixed up? Did Mia die in the mountains when they were up there? Or she died in an explosion, right? Like, do you remember?
Well, you might be getting something mixed up because the Sekimeya was found somewhere near where they used to hang out. In the mountains. So let me
Yeah, maybe I'm getting mixed up. You made the mountain part. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Maybe I've shot two parts of the story together. Yeah.
We found ourselves in an incident that took her life, and Shiroya had to be hospitalized. And Shiroya was in a coma. So it seems like this is probably the incident.
Okay, good thing that we checked them because I was wrong. Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So it's not. So the Sekimeya was found in the mountains up where they were. And did they go up there at some point when they met up or something? I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It'll go over it again if it happens. He could hardly believe his eyes. Shiroi and Miya had been in the impact zone. Realistically, it was possible they were alive, but Katsuki found himself rejecting the thought, refusing the gore spread around the shop.
We've called the police. They should be coming soon. What the hell is down here? How did the floor break like this? I came in and didn't see anyone because there was some smoke in the air. I thought the lights were off, so I flipped that switch. I instead turned off the lights, so I turned them back on. I think it caused a dust explosion. If there was gas in the air, turning on the light might have triggered one. They're powerful enough to take down walls or this floor.
What? Katsuki denied what he was hearing.
Yeah, this isn't what
He kept
happened.
staring at the blood surrounding the hole. The entire far side of the shop had basically disappeared. He stood stunned, recalling the powered-off heater that had been in the corner despite the warmth. Very soon the police appeared, followed by an ambulance. Katsuki explained what had happened, shaking every word out. He had to be brought to the hospital where his parents used to work in case he suffered any damage from either the smoke or the explosion. So the smoke was involved in Mia's death, and he didn't talk about that with Shiroya at any point in chapter 1. That's kind of strange.
I mean, so it was like, yeah, they didn't. It just says a familiar putrid smell, and then she was like, Katsuki, what? And then they never talked about it. Yeah. They implied it, but they never discussed it. Like,
hours later, after asking continuously, he was told that below the store was a drainage channel where they'd found an unconscious person. However, only traces had been found of the other girl.
It's got to be Mia's alive here, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
The description
okay.
confirmed. Oh, we were fucking wrong. The description confirmed to Katsuki that Shiroya was alive and whose remnants those had been. Unresponsive, Katsuki lay back, internally falling apart. Shiroya was brought to the hospital. She was in a coma from having fallen so far down, but a nearby shelf had prevented the explosion from hitting her directly. The next day, the police released the details of the events. An individual had released smoke that had put 4 people to sleep. A short time later, a gas explosion had occurred. It had happened due to the shop's heater being of an older design, one which lacked a failsafe. The heater had burned through all the oxygen immediately surrounding it, which had extinguished its flame but allowed it to continue releasing gas. Given the size of the explosion, that must have happened before the smoke had been released. Then, as everyone had fallen unconscious, nobody had been able to recognize the artificial smell of the gas and ventilate the area, causing it to build up. I'm not understanding this. At 9 o'clock, when the lights... 9 again. At 9 o'clock, when the lights had been turned on, the small spark had ignited that gas.
Yeah, there's parallels with the time. Like, this time is the same, and there's parallels with the smoke as well. So basically what happened... It's 2 different things. Like, the heater failed, basically. So the heater was just putting out gas, and that was the weird... that was the weird smell that they smelled, was gas coming out of it. And then someone... released the smoke, which was something different, that put them all out. And then whenever they turned the lights on, there was a spark, and the spark, when the light came on, ignited all the gas that had built up. So they didn't notice a gas leak because of a smoke bomb. The gas leak came first and was happening when they first went in the shop. So either it's a coincidence or very carefully planned, essentially.
It must have just happened before then, because otherwise we would realize that the heater was off, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
It must have happened
right.
right before. Yeah.
I guess the coincidence of it, or just not, I don't want to call it coincidence, so like the way the timeline here is what's making me kind of go like, wait, what? Okay, that's fine there.
Yeah.
The 2 people farthest from the center of the blast hadn't been critically harmed, but they'd been sent to the hospital. One girl who had entered a coma after falling through the broken floor and hitting her head, and the last girl who had been the closest to the heater had died instantly.
So they said before they went in, they said the time before they went in. So they went in like half an hour before that. Yeah, 8:27.
8:27.
Yeah.
Okay. This is why I don't trust gas stoves. I don't like having a gas line.
So that's the only time that time has been used, even though this one is, it's obviously there's parallels here. Okay.
The individual hadn't been caught, but their motive was unclear, as nothing had been stolen. Furthermore, it seemed the explosion itself had been an accident.
August thinks it's literally the same gas due to time travel. It could be, yeah.
Katsuki had gone to visit Shiroya, whose parents hadn't shown up. Looking at her resting face, he was unbelievably relieved that nothing had happened to her, but he couldn't process the fact that he'd never see Miya again. Every time he remembered how happy she'd looked to be back with them, Katsuki's heart seemed to shatter once more. Days later, Shiroya woke up without having suffered any lasting mental damage, and the two of them were able to go live together, trying to support each other after what had happened. The day before the 15th, the purse where Miya had put their 3 tickets was still in view. They couldn't sleep and decided to walk to Ashiya Tower very early. They looked at the night sky, knowing Miya wasn't under it anymore. However, as they turned their eyes back to each other, both of them wanted to believe that loss could be overcome. They were still alive. After a long wait, they approached the tower and were able to find shelter in it until the event began. The warmth inside a small comfort.
The entire thing's just a gas leak. Gas leak hallucination. I solved the Sekimeya.
Yep. It's just a different version of Katsuki going to his egg story. Just now he's like made it like a big time travel thing.
Chapter 2 Eden. Okay. December 15th, 2011. Do you want me to take narration?
Oh no, every floor does have a window. Okay. I thought it was just the top floor. Okay. Yeah, go for it.
I'd never entered Ashiya Tower before, but after waiting inside for so long, I'd begun to feel familiar with those walls. We're back in the airport. More and more people had continued entering through the main door, lengthening the queue behind us.
Yawn.
I glanced at my right and saw Katsuki's tired face. Ooh! We'd been in silence for a long time, and I knew there wasn't much I could do to change that. How should this be me? This should be me, probably, right? How tired? So, yeah. How tired are you?
A bit. I'll be fine though. We're Shiroya's perspective this time?
Shiroya or Miya, either way. Mingled with the tiredness was misery. Instead of looking back at me, he continued to stare at the rightmost column. Slightly frustrated, I awkwardly averted my eyes too. I'd known him for a very long time, and he looked like a completely different person. It seemed the distance between us would keep extending, despite the reason why we'd come to that building. How am I supposed to know which half-ass, light touch voice actor voice I'm supposed to use if I don't know if it's Shiroya or Miya? This is bullshit. The premise had been to prevent what had happened from disrupting our relationship, but I felt that achieving that was far out of my reach. In addition, I'd had to constantly shape my attitude around it, which I hated. I knew how bad of an idea showing my discontent would have been, so I kept it to myself and continued mirroring his face. Just use Erica while we wait? Okay.
Okay, hold on. I think, judging by the voice of this, I think we're just girl Katsuki. So I think you can just be like...
Everyone
who's waiting in line, please get your tickets out. Sorry.
That's okay. The receptionist, who'd been sharing in the quietness, stood up and walked toward us with a barcode scanner. We were at the front of the line, so I handed her our 2 tickets. She hovered the machine over both barcodes until it released a quiet beep for each one. Beep. There you go. She gave them back to me with a smile, and I put them in my purse. Oh, I'm glad to see you're back. I hope you enjoy the event.
Well, what?
For the first time since we'd entered, she glanced at Katsuki's face before saying that.
What did she mean? I've never been here.
Oh. I shrugged since she'd already moved on to the man at our side, but I imagined she'd probably confused him for someone else.
I'm sorry, that was O. Is that the same O from the last scene, or is O standing for something else?
No, I think O from the last scene was a man, so I don't know who the receptionist is. Yeah. There was still more than an hour left until... O equals other? Oh, I see. Okay. There was still more than an hour left until 9 o'clock when the front door would open. I'd stopped being curious about what we'd be shown as a result of the overbearing mixture of tiredness and coldness. I'd been paying attention to the brief conversations I could hear to stave off boredom, and they all kept detailing how strange the whole event was. Standing up for so long was building up pain on the lower side of my back, so I had to force the thought of enduring it for over another hour out of my mind. I stretched my limbs and torso, trying to resist the urge to lie on the floor.
Shiroya?
I'd managed to leave my mind empty, but I abruptly turned around when I heard a quiet voice coming from my left. A man was crouching next to me, and when he stood up, I saw his older face underneath white hair. Oh, shit.
Is this yours? I think you dropped it.
I think I'm Kate.
Oh, are you? Oh, fucking hell.
He showed me a ticket that must...
You're everyone here, sorry.
Oh, it's
Fucking
okay.
hell.
He showed me a ticket that must have fallen from my purse when I'd stretched my muscles. I nodded and put it back inside, all while unnerved by his stiff motions. Thank you. After turning around, he spent a few seconds staying still until he walked toward the door on the left. He gripped the knob and opened it before slowly disappearing through it. So maybe he really doesn't work here, or he just didn't change? Oh, he had to be. Okay. We weren't supposed to enter yet, so given how nobody apprehended him, he had to be an employee. Katsuki's mood didn't seem to have improved at all, which only caused my own form of anxiety to emerge. I had no way to get rid of it, so all I did was stand up uncomfortably with no perception of what time it was. After a long, lonesome wait, I began to feel more confident and calm. My posture didn't change, but reminding myself that everything would get much better had borne fruits. It must have already been 9 o'clock because we were told we could advance through the left door if we weren't part of the event. Nobody did, though. Everyone present was gathered behind us. Sorry for the wait, everyone. We'll now begin the group entrances. A blonde woman wearing a dark suit came out of our door. I recalled seeing her face in the lobby not much earlier. I really am, everyone. You want to take narration for a bit?
Sure.
My name is Naomi. I'll be chaperoning today's guided visit. As you likely already know, groups of 3 will move forward in turns. Each visit is estimated to take approximately 15 minutes.
Addressing the multitude all at once, she glossed over the procedure and prohibitions. Once she was done, she looked over her glasses.
Are you 3 the first group?
I wasn't sure Katsuki had paid attention to her discourse, and the man at our side was visibly out of it. I opened my mouth so that we wouldn't waste any more time.
Yeah, we've been here for a while. Perfect. Please follow
Please
me to the event
God
room
damn
to be the first to see the Sekimeya.
I'm doing this a lot today, I'm sorry. Quietly, she turned around and walked through the door. All the chatter had faded away, so the 3 of us walked behind her, and the sound of our footsteps filling up the space.
Do you want to just read it to me? I don't mind. If you want to be the start of the
No.
stream, it's okay.
No, it's okay. It's alright.
Just read it to me. Do you need to be the start?
It needs to be all about me all the time. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Well,
On the other side was a long hallway with ornate decorations. Is this the same, or does it just look different because the smoke isn't here?
I think it's different without the smoke.
There were a few open doors in both walls and a handrail linking all of them together.
Is this flirting? Maybe.
The woman stepped up to a door in the middle of the left wall and opened it for us.
This is where we hold many of our events. Make your way inside. Welcome back, Akaro.
A strange man whose look and behavior felt out of place. He entered first and stared at the red curtain that was undoubtedly covering the gemstones we'd all come to see. Gemstone. Aside from the display case, the room was empty and only contained a security camera with a flickering green light. More people than I'd imagined were intrigued about today's event. Personally, I was a little curious, so I proposed coming despite what had happened. Katsuki had immediately agreed to prove that he was strong enough to get through. Whether to me or himself, though, I didn't know. He was the last to enter, and Naomi closed the door. Then she asked for introductions before starting to build up anticipation. According to her, we were sharing space with something of incredible value which had been found in the surrounding mountains.
It is crazy having a POV character who isn't a paranoid idiot, but there's still time. Part of the experience is the touch, so I will open the glass and let you experience it yourselves. However, I must insist that you be gentle and keep your hands inside the cabinet at all times.
She took out a keyring from her pocket and isolated one of the smaller keys, which she inserted in a keyhole next to the curtain. I have a question.
What is it?
You keep mentioning how valuable the Sekimeya is, but is there proof of that? The way you're explaining it, you don't even say what kind of gem it is, only that it's rare. But the value could have been arbitrarily created by Ashiya. It's not like, as it's not being officially recognized as anything more than an unusual discovery.
Well, I'll let you decide that for yourself. As you said, it's not categorized because nobody was able to properly appraise it. That's all you need to be assured of its value.
I apologize for being skeptical, but you must be aware that Ashiya aren't exactly recognized for their fairness.
Do you have a reason to say that?
Yes, that everyone in the lobby sounded as skeptical as I am.
Maybe seeing it for yourself will convince you.
That's what I'm hoping. Katsuki and I listened to the conversation until Naomi crouched to grab the bottom of the curtain. The real value of the Sekimeya wasn't what had piqued my curiosity, as I thought its appearance was what caused all the excitement. But Naomi's motion was cut off. Before she raised the curtain all the way up, my vision was obstructed by dense smoke that forced me to shut my eyes.
What if Shiroya's internal narration here is, why the fuck doesn't he open the cabinet? How the fuck has Katsuki not opened the cabinet to check if the Sekimeya is still there? He is so fucking stupid. I shouldn't have to say this to him. I shouldn't have to explain this. I cannot believe that this motherfucker has not checked for the Sekimeya yet. Maybe I should just go do it myself, but honestly, I just want to see how long it fucking takes this dumbass moron idiot to go check whether the fucking Sekimeya is there. Holy shit.
and then I can't believe we're doing another search of this fucking building. I can't believe we lost sight of the Sekimeya once again. I can't believe that he's not just punching Sai in the face. I can't believe that like just can't believe he thinks that he could just like willpower his way into creating a bootstrap paradox. This fucking idiot.
Yeah, she just gives like a one-pager succinct explanation of the entire mechanics of the Sekimeya and is like, I can't believe this motherfucker ever wrote a goddamn story about an egg chair about me, thinking that I could ever want to be with him for 1 fucking minute, let alone 100 years. My God.
Wow. Evil Shiroya. Instantly, I recognized I was rapidly losing control of my body, and I fell to the floor. Nobody responded to my yell, and Katsuki's desperate gasp was all I heard before silence reigned supreme. Immobile on the floor, reality distanced itself from me, and it was all too familiar of an experience, but before I could think about it any longer, I blacked out. Hey. The world vibrated. I saw Katsuki's hair next to my eyes, and his arm shook me while his entire figure was covered by a dark substance. When he saw I'd awakened, he backed off. Do you feel okay?
Yeah. What happened? We're still here?
Mixing a nod with a shrug, he glanced at the drastically changed scenery. The smoke had tainted everything it touched, including ourselves, and the room had become very dark.
I just realized how boring voicing the narrator is gonna be now that it's Shiroya, who just says, huh. It's just gonna be all internal dialogue or internal monologue.
Are we gonna have to go through like the first rounds of let's search every single room again? No. Oh no.
The pacing took care of the first part so far, so maybe pacing will also happen. Who knows?
Okay, alright. What the fuck is this? All I could do with my strength was look sideways, where I saw Karo trying to sit up. Where did Naomi go? I don't know. She wasn't here when I woke up.
Looks like she left through that door.
Karo managed to stand up and look through it. Even though none of us had touched it, it was slightly open. The left hallway was very dark too, and I could see the smoke had blocked the ceiling lights from illuminating it. Strangely, it didn't seem like anyone else was there. In addition, none of us had discerned the origin of the smoke. As my mind started to get clearer, I began to process what had happened. Did you hear the alarm before we fell unconscious? What alarm? My look told him I hadn't either. Apparently shortly after I'd been knocked out, a wordless alarm had played. It was fairly obvious there'd been a terrorist attack. Fortunately, Katsuki and I were safe, although all of us were clearly unsettled by the solitude. We didn't know how long we'd been asleep or what had happened during the blank period of time. However, something stood out in the room. The three of us were staring at it, and I began to feel able to stand up.
Did someone do this to steal the Sekimeya?
Karo shrugged, wondering the same thing. While Katsuki was still on the floor, I approached the curtain. We're competent this time? I resumed Naomi's action and raised the curtain all the way up. Yo!
Oh, never mind. It's still here.
It is? Wait, how did you do that? How did you just check right away? What? I turned around and nodded. Akaro approached me and saw with his own eyes the egg-shaped object contained within the glass on top of a smooth cushion. Is this really it? I figured they were making a big deal out of nothing, but it's even more underwhelming than I thought.
It's glowing a little. Maybe that's why?
I wonder where Naomi is. This seems pretty fishy. Maybe you should take narration, by the way. It's like there's a lot of the guys talking now.
Sure. What do you mean?
That there's nobody here. I know this seems like an attack, but you know what I said regarding Ashiya's reputation, right? I find it hard to believe they'd set so much up for so much advertisement just for this thing. I'm sure they had something in mind to use this event for. Maybe this was it. I don't follow. It happened right before we could see the Sekimeya, and an employee left. Nobody entered yet, and we weren't moved. I have an idea what's going on.
Oh shit, sorry, this isn't chapter 2. They just patched the story from your complaints to be more feminist, less obtuse, and have characters be less dumb. This is chapter 1 now. Do you like it?
What do you think, everyone?
What do you think, everyone?
I'm sure they wanted to use this opportunity to pull out some countermeasure against Zin, but I don't know what it really entailed. We probably got caught in the middle of it.
Akaro filled in Katsuki, who'd never heard of Zin.
I still have trouble understanding what you're getting at.
He's so stupid.
What does this situation scream to you? Sorry, it's just like seeing Katsuki from the other perspective. Like,
yeah,
like
when you
just
can't hear the internal monologue, he's just like, what?
He looks so disheveled and like lost permanently. Like, wait, what's going on? Like, failed robbery attempt, right? They might have purposely acted out a failed attack since they're desperate to publicly say they won once against Zin. I'm immediately noticing a bunch of odd details that point to that. Didn't you say they always attack during the night? Why would they do it during the day? If anything, that points further at Zin not being behind it, and a false flag is the possibility next in line. Let's see how much time has passed and why nobody else is here. If I'm wrong, the police or Ashiya should know.
I helped Katsuki stay up, and we brushed the remnants of smoke off ourselves. Both of us were extremely tired. The sudden turn of events felt almost surreal, but he still looked distant, almost divorced from reality. He's in his mind palace, Shiroya. You don't understand. It took a few seconds for us to walk normally, but the left hallway was as we'd seen through the door, completely desolate. This is really funny. I like this. We opened the opposite door and glanced at the right hallway where we'd come from. It was in the same state as its parallel neighbor, indicating that whatever happened was large scale. It really is Death Note without Light's thoughts. It is. It actually is. Yeah. Is that a person?
You're right. Hey, what the hell happened? What if there's no Sai in this timeline? Things are different.
We'll find out soon. This is going to be Kate, right? He sped up toward them while I stopped. Are you okay? I'm sorry I made you come here.
No, don't worry. None of this is your fault.
It wasn't my fault, so I didn't push it. I sighed, a bit irritated, and passed it off as loosening myself up like I'd been getting used to doing. Next to the lobby door, we introduced ourselves to Arena and Sai, as well as Kate, the person I'd exchanged words with before. Yay! Sai, Arena, and her daughter had been the group behind us and fell unconscious while waiting in the hallway. Kate told us he worked in the tower as a security manager and that he was trying to piece together what had happened. Naomi was gone? He looked down, worried. I'd been suspecting her, but I can't believe I was right. We have to find her. I'm almost certain she was behind the attack.
What do you mean, we have to find her? How can you even be sure she's still here?
Through the poor illumination, I was able to see many expressions lowering at once. Kate revealed the effects of the alarm Katsuki had heard. Although the trigger was unknown, it had sealed every method of escape for 12 hours. Despite Akaro's insistence, Kate kept repeating that he wasn't allowed to reveal anything else, but he claimed he was unsure about other details.
I don't get what you're saying. The Sekimeya wasn't stolen. It's still in that cabinet. This time we checked, so you can't just ignore the activation of the alarm.
If that's true, I'm as clueless as you are. What does it look like? Yay!
Yay! It's basically a big egg.
Yay! This was patched for our read-through. Thank you, Gato. You're right, that's the Sekimeya. In case Naomi didn't warn you, the Sekimeya must never be taken out of its cabinet. The temperature provided to it is essential to maintain it well. Did you keep it shut inside?
Yes.
Huh. I wonder if the alarm halted the plan or if Zin intends to take it out once the time expires.
See what I told you to? He already believes in her behind this. This could very well be Ashia's intention.
Isla, whose mother hadn't stopped trying to bring her back to consciousness, opened her eyes and coughed a few times. After a few after a few awkward seconds, Kitsei told her what had happened. Oh, so you mean we're trapped in here for 12 hours?
What? Why can't we leave?
The exit is blocked off, and so are all the windows above. It's to prevent thieves from escaping.
So a thief is here?
Well, we don't think anything was stolen, so it's very possible something went wrong.
You're not giving us much to work with. What could have gone wrong?
As I said, the system behind the alarm is new and has hardly been tested. Plenty of things could have.
And you don't think the timing was way too precise for that?
Let's go to the lobby. I'm curious about the blocked door. Interrupting the conversation, Sai stood up and told us to follow him. His intrigue was certainly shared, so we went through the door at our side. Behind it was the untouched lobby. Even though 4 lights had turned off, the middle one shined strongly at our eyes, causing all of us to grimace as we stared at the imposing shutter that had appeared in front of the exit. The only trace of all the people who'd been there was the janitor's bucket. Forget what I said. It was clearly impossible to take that down, completely keeping us shut inside. According to Kite, the remaining door in this lobby area led to a little basement below us that stored the boiler, and there was no feasible way to leave the building before it automatically opened. He also told us that the alarm had disabled the computer on the reception desk. We were rightfully frustrated, as it seemed all of us had gotten innocently trapped, and we weren't even sure why. Thankfully, though, everyone was keeping calm. I was quite tired, which might have watered down my reaction to everything. It was hard to believe what I was experiencing was real, but I would most likely fall asleep somewhere well before the deadline. The hallway door was slightly open, so someone went through it after the smoke was released, or else this hall would be stained as well. Look, the one to the other hallway is open too. Was it you, Kite? Oh yeah, we're so back. Yes.
Are all the windows this well blocked too? Can't tell if this is skipping through things for the sake of pacing or if we're just not Katsuki this time.
Both. They should be.
Do we have to spend the entire time isolated? Can we not even talk to the outside to understand what happened? This is ridiculous.
Oh, what? We can't actually. I thought for a second we might have been able to, but I just realized the alarm's side effects made that impossible.
That's insane. Why would this alarm even be created that way?
I recall telling you I'm not allowed to disclose that. Is there footage from all the cameras that we could look at? No, the alarm made that impossible as well. What? I apologize. I personally looked at every room on this floor, and I'm confident in saying we're the only people here. Right now, our priority is finding Naomi, who I suspect is hiding upstairs. Is there anything of importance you found while you investigated? Yes, the farthest crystal room in hallway A is the only other one in which the smoke was released. That's how we refer to the exhibition rooms, by the way. Huh? Smoke was released in another room? Why? Kite shook his head, indicating he couldn't answer. As we had nowhere else to go, we were compelled to move over to it. Sturdy gray door caught our attention first, and thanks to the map next to it, we learned that the security room was behind it. We could also see the basic layout of the floor we were on, named the crystal floor. As it says there, this is the security room, but we won't be able to access it. The door was locked by the alarm, and we have no means to open it. Forced to accept that, we kept walking toward the room Kite had indicated on the map, labeled A5.
Was that map next to the secure room door in the last run? I don't remember that being part of the art.
I think so, but I don't remember.
Oh.
The
Do you want me to go reading? Yes, yeah,
sure.
There's a lot of characters you're voicing now. Just trying to keep it balanced.
Yeah,
The
sure.
appearance of the narrow room perfectly replicated the hallways. Every curtain was stained black, and very little light let us see where we were. However, we were at least able to shine some light on the situation by revealing that the contents of all the cabinets had been removed, which Kite hadn't noticed. At first glance, we could tell it was a well-conceived plan. Despite that, it was Sai who quickly proposed a different idea. The lack of gems in that room could have been a mere diversion, as it was too hard to believe something as important as the Sekimeya hadn't been the target of a real robbery attempt. In the last and shorter hallway were the bathrooms, which nobody entered.
What's in the staff room? Could we find a phone there? No. Every staff member has a personal locker, but we could only open mine, and I don't keep any devices inside. There's a reason why I believe Naomi hid upstairs if she's part of this, like I suspect. Above us are 5 desolate floors full of offices. However, there's a 7th floor that we call the attic, or the itsa-miiya floor.
Kate explained the story behind its existence, and he left the most important detail for the end.
I don't have the key to access it, only Naomi does. She's the sole trusted individual chosen to preserve its interior as well as possible, and she possesses the only key I know of.
So she can stay inside for as long as she pleases.
That's right. If Katsuki is correct and she was still in the event room when the alarm went off, she has to be hiding. Otherwise, she would have shown herself already. The attic makes the most sense for that. I didn't find anyone else on this floor, so she's most certainly above. I doubt we'll be able to do anything if she's locked in the attic, but we have to do all we can to find her.
A door was in the middle of the staircase. Kate was surprised to see it unlocked because it shouldn't have opened in the past few days. When we were about to walk up the stairs, Isla asked whether we could take the elevator instead.
Now, August wants to know if there's some kind of traitor / thief / secretly bad person in the crew. What's your top suspect? I think like Shiroya and Mia. But neither of them wants to die, and so they're just sabotaging everything.
Ooh, interesting take. I just think it's Akaro.
Yeah, it could be Akaro. Yeah. I think
Yeah.
Akaro is from Zin, but I don't know if that's what's driving the plot. If that makes sense.
I think Sai is too obvious to be from Zen, so I think it's Akaro. Although Kate is also pretty sus, but he knows too much about the building. I guess he could have been working there for a while. Yeah. Indifferently, Sai tried to open his door, but it didn't budge. Kate told us what we needed to know about it. No key was necessary to access the other floors with it except for the attic, which required Naomi's special key.
However, it's not going to work. What? Right now, the elevator won't move if you call it. The alarm disabled it.
I see. Sorry, Isla, but there's nothing we can do about that. Aww. Isla was displeased, but she was doing a fairly good job at not making a scene for a child her age. The wooziness left by unconsciousness probably played some part in that.
So, like, what I think actually is we're going to get to the part in the future where they're stuck in the tower. And so a lot of the shit that we've seen is going to be them from, like, 30 days in the future or whatever, like, trying desperately to figure out what's going on and, like, going back and trying to do shit. So I think that some of it is, like, red herring because it's basically just them, like, testing things out and trying to do shit and trying to figure it out themselves because they're, like, trapped. So I think that, like, a lot of the stuff that we see isn't actually evidence of whatever is driving, like, the main conflict that is resulting in people getting killed, if that makes sense.
Yeah, probably. And the only emotional core that we have for the story so far is the Mia Shiroya thing. Yeah.
It's that, or it's Irina and Isla and her wanting to bring Isla back. So I think that there's like multiple things going on, right? So yeah. Sorry, I'm yapping again.
No, it's good yapping. The second floor looked absolutely nothing like the first. Varying shades of blue and gray surrounded us, emanating as a far calmer atmosphere. Our goal was to inspect the whole building. While we had Kate's guarantee that there was no one on the crystal floor, we knew nothing about the ones above it. However, assuming he was right about the attic, we wouldn't find Naomi anyway. We began with the bathrooms.
Yay, we're searching again. Yippee! Whee!
Classic Sekimeya. After those, we inspected the offices occupying the main body of the floor. There were 3 office rooms separated by translucent walls, all containing powered-off computers. Next, the blocked windows made us stop. Just like below, exiting by force was out of the question. Lastly, we saw the corridor leading to the 3rd floor. It looked exactly like the second, with swapped staircases. We repeated the same process and concluded there was nothing to be found on it. Kate didn't have the login information for the computers, so our single way to measure the time was Sai's wristwatch. According to that, the time was 9:50.
Getting big Sekimeya vibes, yeah. So true.
With Kate at the front, we stepped onto the 4th floor. While the bathrooms were being checked, I felt someone's hand on my shoulder. It was Katsuki's. He was at the back of the group, maintaining his predictable, reserved attitude.
Meanwhile, in his head, just fucking sirens going off. Just fireworks shooting up. Fucking giant monologue printing down the screen. I fucking love this.
Look at this. I found it in the staircase. What was surprising was seeing a silver key on the palm of his hand. It looked fairly modern, and not like the one that would belong to any door nearby.
Do I think there's a killer or all the Death Sekimeya shenanigans? I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I don't know. Oh,
Wait. When I turned around to face the others, he stopped me. Without his inner thoughts, he's insane. I'd like to not tell them. Just for no reason. I'd like to just not tell them I found this key.
It's for sure like without his inner monologue, dude. It's so crazy. I feel like you and I have to watch, like I have to make you watch an anime for you to understand how perfect that comparison is. Because like in Death Note, like the main character is just like constantly narrating to himself, but he says like 3 words out loud, and it's just so fucking perfect. Like I think I'm sorry. I think I have to bypass the marble race. I'm so sorry.
Oh, they're gonna be so mad.
They're gonna be so mad. I just want you to understand when people keep making that comparison, how fucking funny it is. Death Note is fun, yeah. Okay. Anyway. What?
At a signal, I walked down the stairs with him. Everyone else was either in the bathrooms or waiting next to them, so they didn't notice us.
Hunter x Hunter is similar to you. I haven't watched that, but the same person who recommended Death Note to me loves Hunter x Hunter, so that makes sense.
This doesn't look like an ordinary key, so it should open a special door.
Oh, the attics?
I don't think so. Doesn't it remind you of the security room door?
Huh, I guess it does.
I could be imagining things, but I think there are a few details Kate mentioned that don't make any sense.
Really?
And if this really opens the security room, I could confirm that. Wasn't Kate in front of us all this time checking the floor as if he was looking for something?
Is that so? I didn't pay attention.
This is really funny.
This is so funny.
This is so funny. It's possible he was trying to find this key, which he didn't tell us about. If it's related to the security room, it makes sense he would have kept it a secret since there are some inconsistencies there. Oh, while he walked around the floor, he filled me in on what he's been suspecting. It took a really long time, and I was bored by the end of it. A few assertions Kate had made about the time of the attack contradicted each other.
Okay, Jelly just got back from D&D. Why is everyone losing their shit? Chapter 1 ended, and we've started Chapter 2 from Shiroya's point of view. We're going through, it doesn't seem like exactly the same timeline, but a really similar one. And without Katsuki's inner monologue taking up like hours of stream time, it's paced a lot better, and also he sounds fucking deranged whenever he says anything.
When you show his perspective, she turns from NPC woman 1 to normal person trying to just get by with this insane dude theorizing in front of her. Suddenly all of her like ... responses made perfect sense.
Yeah, she's like, what the fuck is this guy cooking? Like, what do you mean?
I was taken aback, not by the idea that Kate was potentially lying, but because Katsuki had been thinking about all of it during the previous days. He looked like a person whose life had been drained out of him. At that moment, he was completely serious, which made me consider that he thought the attack was related to what happened 2 weeks earlier. Realizing he had gone back to being someone I could have a conversation with, I decided to humor him and follow him downstairs. In truth, what he was saying made sense.
I'm gonna be honest, I kind of feel bad for the people who like got really burnt out on the pacing in the first part and just fucking held control through this stuff, because without having to deal with reading all of his insane shit out loud, I don't think you can properly appreciate the conversion that happens here into Katsuki being absolutely fucking deranged, and Shiroya just sort of like horrified watching as he does this like paranoid death spiral. Like, I feel like reading it out loud really contributed. Oh yeah, it's bad on purpose. Yeah, like they meant it to be. Like they meant Katsuki's narration to be bad. Like it was supposed to be like that. Like you weren't supposed to like it. Okay. Anyway.
Kate specifically stated that the alarm shut the door to the security room. If he wanted to hide the existence of its key, it followed that we could open it despite whatever reason he had to prevent that. Given that he worked inside it and seemed to expect the key to be on the floor of the office rooms, maybe he'd been the one to drop it and wasn't completely sure where it fell. One of Katsuki's points was undeniable. Kate had been surprised to hear Naomi was gone, but he later claimed that he inspected the entire lowest floor. He claimed to leave both doors in the lobby open while he searched, but all the crystal rooms he supposedly looked into were closed. It was an indication that he wanted to direct us upward, where he knew he could find his key. Also, I think he actually saw it, but he didn't say anything. He probably wanted to grab it when we moved on.
It's just so fucking funny because of his outfit too. Like, and
Yeah.
he's all smoky. Like, he looks like the Unabomber or something. Like, he looks like he's fucking sleeping in a tent in the woods and emerged to give us his conspiracy theories. I can't control myself right now. All right, anyway.
You know what?
See.
I didn't know why they didn't put his sprite on the screen for all of chapter 1, but now I get it. Like, holy fuck.
I see.
I see. Hey, where are you two going? On the second floor, we turned around and saw Irina and Isla. They were alone and must have realized we'd left. I found this key. I'd like to know if it belongs to the security room. What? What hesitating? Katsuki told Irina what his intent was, at which she looked a little surprised. After hearing that, she took Isla's hand and came with us. Isla didn't object, as it seemed the crystal floor was where she preferred to be. If Kate had a reason to keep us away from the security room, we had no idea what it was. Katsuki was right to point out that he lied more than once. We couldn't trust that those lies were for the sake of confidentiality. We had no obligation to tell him what we were doing instead of just entering the room before we could think of a way to keep us out of it. Sorry, before he could think of a way to keep us out of it. We were in front of the security room. The metallic door did resemble the key we'd found, and it was hard to believe they weren't a match. Katsuki inserted it in the keyhole and turned. Huh? It enters all the way, but it's not unlocking it. The key was getting stuck in the middle of the turn, but as he said, it had to be the correct one. We stood behind him, confused. That means the door is open, right? Katsuki looked down and met Isla's eyes. After considering her conclusion, he twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open. You're right. What the hell? It wasn't even locked. This was the right key, though. From the hallway, we saw many lit screens in front of us, illuminating a dim space. It seemed like a bit of smoke had leaked through the gaps of the door. And they're on. Someone just used the computers. Slowly, we made our way in, wondering whether Kate had purposely lied or simply been incorrect.
It means it's been used in the last hour, right? That was what they said?
Yep. Kate said the alarm locked the door. You really think that was a lie to stop us from trying to open it? If that's it, he must have something to hide, probably on the computer. Do you want to take narration?
Yeah, sure. On top of the desk were 3 monitors. The one in the middle had its entire screen occupied by a messy program related to the security cameras, while both side monitors were only displaying the desktop. We got closer to them. There was a single chair in front of the middle screen that Katsuki gripped the back of. He was going to sit on it, but he stopped short. We thought the lights had gone off until we saw only the screens had, which darkened the room considerably. The ones above, displaying the real-time footage of the security cameras, were still working.
The computer shut down?
The fans are still going. It probably entered sleep mode because it's been a while since anyone used it. He grabbed the mouse, and as soon as he moved it, 3 screens powered back on, showing the same images as before.
I love that I know that we just skipped like 900 words.
We sure did that. Was really doing a lot of work.
Oh shit. Should I try to look at anything? We might get in trouble. If Kate's plan was to keep us out of this room, he won't be able to do so anymore.
Maybe he wanted to find the key and lock the door before we realized it was open. So we'd believe what he said about the alarm locking it. Thanks to the taskbar, I noticed that a few programs were working in the background. Maybe something we couldn't see was hidden in one of them.
Hey, isn't that weird? What is?
Behind the chair, Irina was looking up at the live screens. They were showing different parts of the floor we were on, although a few of them displayed only a static black image. According to Kate, that was due to the smoke covering them. But after looking at them for a few seconds, we noticed the large inconsistency Irina had seen. Yeah, that one. It's showing hallway B.
Wait, you're right. How is that possible?
Hallway B was clearly visible through one of the monitors. Although a bit of smoke obstructed the view, it wasn't enough to block it completely. The angle was from a corner above the door to the lobby.
That's basically where we fell unconscious. It's impossible the smoke didn't hit it as much as the other cameras. The difference is huge. Something must be wrong about this then. This has to be the live footage since the ceiling and the walls are covered by smoke.
It followed that the difference had to be the camera itself. We turned around and stepped back into hallway A. The silence told us that nobody was close to us, but it was unlikely that would continue for very long. Irina closed the security room behind her, causing a loud noise. The covered cabinet still sat awkwardly in the event room, which we passed through to enter hallway B.
It's that one.
In the left corner above the lobby door was a security camera with a flickering green light. All of us frowned. After all, it looked identical to the other ones, but with one very important distinction. There's almost no smoke on its lens. How is that even possible?
The camera itself is obviously stained, so there's no way the lens wasn't hit directly by the smoke. Did someone clean it off? I doubt anyone paid attention to this camera when we were here before, so we can't know how long it's been like this. If someone wiped off some of the smoke, it could only have been Kate or Naomi. I'm pretty sure Naomi was really knocked unconscious, so only Kate is left. Maybe Sai could have if he faked waking up after me. I don't know how though. Why are you so sure there's no one else here? A hidden person could have done it too, yeah. We haven't seen anyone else, Isla. It's too high to reach it normally, and I think removing all the smoke stuck there would take some time. Maybe this is what Kate was hiding from us. I don't think we would have realized this lens was clean without going into the security room. It's black like the smoke, and there's very little light here.
Yeah, and we noticed as soon as we took one look inside. That might make more sense than him only wanting us to not use the computer. He could have just ordered us not to touch it.
A lot different so far, yeah?
Yep.
Do you seriously think he's behind this? I don't know. I just thought a few of his claims didn't make sense. Being a member of the security staff would let him pull some things off though, so maybe. You two have to know about Zin, right?
Yeah, Akaro talked about them briefly.
I'm sure everyone who's aware of them has assumed they're involved in this. I wouldn't rule out this whole thing being some complicated plan, so keeping this camera working might be what they want. Irina actually having dialogue this time?
Yeah,
Damn.
I know, this goes hard. Maybe she was always talking, but Katsuki just didn't notice.
I thought of it, but I didn't want to say it, so thank you for saying it.
Absolutely. We walked to hallway C with a few things to question the others about. It didn't seem like they were trying to find us, as we would have immediately heard them calling. It would be so funny if this time Sai has no dialogue whatsoever.
Yeah, Shorty just tunes him out.
Yep. When we arrived at the 4th floor, we still hadn't found anyone.
Did they keep going without us? I guess so.
The bathrooms where we'd last seen them were open and empty. We circled through the floor and arrived on the 5th one for the first time. It didn't look different from the others, and we couldn't see anyone. We repeated the same route we had on the lower floors, reaching the last one we had access to. The attic door should be here, so maybe they found a way to get in. We went to the opposite corridor where we found the entrance to the next floor. Although it looked like a dead end at first, a gray door came into view when we got closer.
Yeah, this must lead to the attic.
Upon turning the knob, Irina realized the door was locked, like we'd been told.
Can't be that they're inside. Maybe they followed us down and we missed each other.
A little lost, we walked back and stood in front of the offices. We hadn't checked the last few since it had seemed unlikely the others would have still been looking through them. Katsuki and I checked the 3rd partition and didn't find anyone. Then we opened the 2 bathrooms, which were also vacant. The same was repeated on the 5th floor with identical results. When we were walking down to the 4th, we stumbled on someone going up.
Oh, here you are. I couldn't find you. Are you alone? I am. Where did you go? I was using the bathroom below and saw that nobody was still outside when I left. Huh? We found the key to the security room, so we went to the crystal floor. Kate inside didn't come with us, though. I'm confused. Why did you not wait for us? Did you actually open the security room?
Yeah, that's why we'd like to find Kate.
I see. I looked through the remaining floors since I imagined you all kept going up, but they were empty. I got to the Ashia floor's door, which I couldn't open. After that, I walked back down to the crystal floor, but I haven't found anyone until now.
It appeared we'd actually missed each other. Since we just looked through the floors above us, we kept ascending. Oh, here you are. Where the hell did you go? And where's Kate? As soon as we stepped onto the third floor, we reunited with Sai, who rapidly approached us. Sai rapidly approaching.
You're alone too? We found the key to the security room and went to the crystal floor.
Where did you find it?
Katsuki saw it in this staircase.
Huh, I see. And you went to check if it worked? We nodded, awaiting his explanation. I suddenly saw you were all gone and didn't know if you'd walked down or toward the offices, but I figured I hadn't noticed you'd gone down the stairs. I didn't find anyone when I went all the way down. I was going to search through the first floor till I heard a sound coming from the stairs that I followed up here.
So we missed you on the crystal floor.
He shrugged. I get what you're saying, though. You were able to open the security room. Before we could explain the more important details, another person appeared from the office corridor. Oh, here you are. I knew I'd probably missed you up here. Where were you? I should be the one asking that. I got out of the bathroom and saw that nobody was waiting outside. There was no one on the upper floor, so I went back down. I thought that maybe all of you went down to the crystal floor for some reason. It didn't seem like anyone was there, so I figured that I missed all of you inside the offices somewhere.
We probably passed each other when I was looking alone through the higher floors. This is really sus.
Well, why did you all leave? Of course, nobody's seen Naomi, right? It is a Scooby-Doo-ass scenario. I'm curious about something. Why exactly is it that we can't enter the security room? The security room? Didn't I mention it? The alarm locked it. And there's no way to undo that lock? No. That's surprising, seeing as they found the key and unlocked it. What? Katsuki took the silver key out of his pocket and showed it to him. What the hell? Of course I knew this key could unlock it, but where did you find it?
In this staircase.
That's very strange. There aren't many keys like this one, and I left mine inside the security room without thinking about it. That's why I thought we'd have no way to enter again. But you said that you left after the alarm played, right? You would have had to unlock the door to get out if the alarm locked it. No key is needed to unlock it from the inside, and after closing the door from the outside, it automatically locked itself again, since I didn't disable many of the alarm's functions.
I'm confused. Even though we found the key, we didn't use it to unlock the door. It was already unlocked.
Excuse me? That's not how it was programmed to work. Regardless, is that why you suddenly left, to see if you could open the security room?
Hell yeah.
None of you were permitted to enter without my consent. Why was I not informed about the key? I'm sure it was because of all this stuff you've said. I would have done the same thing. It appears the door being locked is just another false claim of yours, motherfucker. Fuck you, Kite.
I missed this. This is
Me
good.
too.
Me
too.
Yeah.
Me too. What? What is wrong with what I've said? And that must have been a malfunction in the alarm. I had no way to confirm the lock was set when I left, since the inner knob undoes it by itself, and I didn't check behind me to see if it locked automatically. It should have, but it appears it didn't. I suppose that's not too ridiculous. Wait a second. We can enter the security room. Why the hell are we talking about this? Now we have a way to communicate with the outside. I said the alarm shut it down because I thought it was locked the way in. We'll be able to look at the recorded footage as well.
Oh, that's fantastic. Let's go then.
Although, it wouldn't exactly have been the alarm to cut off our access to it. It would have been your ineptitude for not bringing your key out with you. I can't deny that. It was my mistake. And yet, an identical key was found up here. We'll see if you can find yours inside the room. Kite nodded slowly and began to walk back. When the conversation ceased and the rest of us followed in silence, I glanced over at Katsuki. His brief bout of investigation had been just that, brief. Emptiness was the only thing written on his face whenever he wasn't pursuing some thought. Nobody next to him had a clue how he was feeling, and he decided to at least pass himself off as stable. His initiative from before had been a tad surprising, but it was clear that his mind was someplace else entirely. With how strong those emotions were supposed to be, adopting a made-up expression of sorrow was pathetically easy. Out of recent habit, the sight of his face made my own a mirror, and I let my shoulders drop. This is interesting. With how strong these emotions are supposed to be, adopting a made-up expression of sorrow was easy? What is Shiroya cooking? Because he's 100% convinced that she's just miserable and sad and like down about it. What is this about? Oh, that's
Poor
interesting.
Katsuki. What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he spent like the whole first fucking chapter monologuing half the time about how sad Shiroya was and how he wanted her to be happier. We were walking down the stairs that led to the second floor when Sai's voice brought us to a halt. Kite, how many keys do you have? Oh, the song is playing. He turned around, staring at Sai uncertainly. What? That's not too hard of a question, is it? Do you want to take narration for a while?
Yep. We understood the reason behind it. As soon as Kite began to walk down the stairs, conspicuous metallic noises came from him.
Earlier, you did have a few keys, but the sound you were making just now was significantly different. Like they doubled in number even. Oh shit.
Just fucking Sai counting the key noises? What the fuck?
He's so Erica, you're out of your mind. Perhaps, which is why I'm asking. What exactly is the issue? I am entrusted with many keys so that my job goes smoothly. Like I said, the issue is, it sounded like you have more now. Did you recently come across a few? No. I'm intrigued then. Care to show them? Maybe I'm going insane. I'd rather not. These aren't keys visitors are supposed to have. Did you miss the word show? I'm not going to take any.
Seeing that he was against the request, Sai took 2 steps forward. Although it was Kite who looked down on him, with a quick motion, Sai rapidly snaked his hand in and out of Kite's deep pocket, where the metallic sound had come from.
Hey!
With one finger, Sai was holding a keyring with 4 keys on it.
I suppose these would make the noise. Why didn't you want to show them to us? Because I didn't feel like humoring your condescending attitude. Are you satisfied now? Hardly. What are they open? And what's this thing? Tape? Oh shit, he's gonna go around the building and put tape on all of the doors so that they know whenever somebody goes and hides in the
Yup. Stuck on the keyring was a dark, tiny piece of material. When he separated it from the keys, we identified it as duct tape, and it had smoke residue on it.
Wait, isn't that one...
I grabbed the keys and lifted them on my palm. Yes, the Sekimeya cabinets. This is the keyring Naomi had. Uh-oh.
Oh, wouldn't that explain it? Naomi's keyring? That's a big leap you're making. This is my own, with the same keys Naomi has. Are you sure? Yes, I'm aware of the keys I'm given. This was the original set, in fact. Naomi was given a replica of it since her job was recently expanded. So, all these keys belong to you, and you didn't find it just now. Yes. You do understand there's a simple way to prove whether you're lying, right? What are you talking about? I see. You don't get it. You're claiming these are yours, am I right? You didn't just come across Naomi whatsoever? You're being very irritating. How do you intend to prove whatever accusation you're making? It's not a definitive way, but earlier you said that Naomi has the attic key and you don't. Yes. So, if one of these keys opens the attic, we can confirm you're lying, which I was already fairly certain of. How does that sound? What do you think, everyone?
I think this one might fit in the keyhole we saw.
This one? It's definitely the odd one out. I'm glad Naomi didn't keep it separated.
Sorry, like Katsuki also comes across instead of like an equal person in the mystery. He's just following the coattails of
Yeah.
Sai. Like, he's just like, yes, I get him. Yeah, I hope they. Like, he's just like, holy shit, it's so different.
I love this.
Sai turned around and started walking up the stairs. Even though going to the security room was a priority, nobody stopped him. If he was right and Kite had recently obtained that keyring, he knew exactly where Naomi was and had been given those keys after constructing the illusion that the attic was only accessible for her.
What are you even trying to prove? There are quite a few things I'm simply not allowed to speak about. All 3 of these people are a different type of Redditor. It's so fucking true. Oh no.
As we were reaching the 6th floor, Kite's mumble stopped Sai.
Are you implying that you didn't tell us you had the key for the attic so we wouldn't try to access it? I'm implying that you're vastly overstepping. Excuse me. That might sound intimidating if you hadn't lied so much already. You are merely assuming that. Of course, I can't prove that the security room didn't stay open because of an error, so yeah, I will assume that was something you said to temporarily cover your ass. You will end up regretting all this.
Sai ignored him and looked at his side, where the elevator was. He approached it and pressed the circular button, which Kate had assured us would do nothing earlier.
I might as well check if the elevator is still working due to another error, since it seems your claims can be ignored. The elevator was disabled. That's much more unlikely to have gone wrong. If it was working for some reason, the button would light up when it arrived. Do you remember the lights in the lobby? That was also caused by the alarm, so it appears the security room was the single exception.
Sai accepted that Kate was probably right in that instance and kept walking. After making it around the floor, we stood in front of the sturdy-looking door. I picked the key that seemed to fit and inserted it into the keyhole. After a turn, the door was unlocked. Busted! Sai wasted no time in opening it and looking within.
I will give you all a warning. Do not enter this place. This is a very special floor that must not ever be accessed by visitors. Why is anybody going to listen to you now? Let me tell you what's actually happening now. Given how likely it is that Naomi's in this place and you were planning to enter it freely, we're going to ignore your warning.
Tell him, Sai. Once again, even though Kate looked around at everyone, nobody stepped forward to side with him.
Naomi must be in this building, and if she hasn't shown herself yet, she must want to keep on hiding. You said you wanted to find her too, right? Regardless of whether the two of you are working together, she's probably here. We just confirmed the elevator's not working, so she's cornered. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Go ahead and screw yourselves over, but don't be surprised by the consequences.
Without a second thought, Sai went past the door and began to climb up a dark staircase.
US Katsuki just said so true, Sai. So true. Oh my god, he's so right. You go, bestie. Yeah.
We followed behind him, forming a single file line within the narrow space. Sai stopped at the top in front of another closed door. After applying force to open it, I love how they when they first explained the attic, it sounded like a Resident Evil style,
Yep.
like fancy ornate room, where the ghost of someone was living in or some shit. And then it's just a normal ass apartment at the top of the fucking building.
Yeah, it's just like the most generic looking apartment. It's so funny.
Yeah. After applying force to open it, we could make out the room in front of him. Katsuki and I were behind, so the three of us were the first to see what was on the sofa.
Whoa, what's that doing there? Is it the Sekimeya?
Yes. I know that egg. We'd only described its appearance to the people who hadn't seen it, but a bright egg was exactly what was resting on the sofa.
Isn't that where the briefcase was?
Oh.
Oh.
What? Was it brought here?
Do you really see the Sekimeya in there? Why are you not going in? Wait, the floor has recent footprints on it, and someone was here not long ago. You don't say. If the Sekimeya is there, someone had to have just brought it up. Oh, that could be really bad. It needs to be put in its cabinet immediately. Please, step aside. Do you think these footprints make any sense?
He looked at the two of us. I stared at the floor, trying to understand what he was getting at. A few seconds later, neither of us had responded.
It's a little hard to see. Maybe I'm misinterpreting them.
Can you go in so we can see what you mean? Are you talking about the faded ones?
Yeah, they don't continue, and not only those. Please, let me get through. The Sekimeya has to be brought down. I already told you how important that is.
I looked at the floor again. The fuzzy carpet had preserved the more recent footprints, so the movements of the person who'd been there were recorded. It didn't seem like there was a security camera anywhere, so the footprints were our only indication. There was a line of them going from our door to the sofa, and it looked like it had been traversed more than once. From the sofa, a single pair of footprints went to a door, and from there, they came back to where we were.
Are they just blocking the door? Yes, they're literally just blocking Kate from coming in. It's really funny.
Yeah. So I took a large step forward, trying to cover up the least possible existing footprints. Katsuki and I did the same.
You're right. It's the Sekimeya.
As soon as he saw it, he rushed over, but stopped abruptly at the sofa. Oh, it's pretty.
Stop. None of you must touch it. That could make things even worse.
Oh, so he knows?
Doesn't seem damaged to me. Is that not how it usually looks?
Irina, Isla, and Akaro joined us on the left side, beside the footprints Kate had run over.
Are you sure it would damage it? Naomi said we could touch it. Under normal circumstances, yes. Have you not heard what I've been saying? The cabinet downstairs provides it with a cold temperature. If you were to touch it with your bare skin, it would heat it up even more, and that could be dangerous. So, was it not you who left it here? What? Of course not. Well, your footprints are pretty much identical to the ones you just stepped on, and you had the key to enter.
Kate frowned and looked at his feet. The footprints did look fairly recent, and so it was easy to notice the resemblance.
That's ridiculous. Look at Akaro's. You can't tell me they're any different. And out of you two, who could have entered this place? Neither of us, probably. To get the Sekimeya here, I would have had to go to the crystal floor, up to the attic, and then back down. All without taking the elevator, and you all remember I appeared from below where you were. There's no way I would have had enough time. Are you forgetting Naomi? She's the only person who could have left those footprints unless she gave her key to someone else. I can't believe she'd leave the Sekimeya here. She knew full well about the cold it needs. Interesting. I really don't believe those are Naomi's. According to you, she could still be here, right? Where do those two doors go? That one goes to the kitchen, and that's the hallway. It's still visible. Under the more recent footprints, there are other ones much harder to notice and smaller in size. Like the rest, they go from the entrance to the sofa where the Sekimeya is.
Dude knows a lot about this apartment for someone who's not allowed to come up here, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you're right. That one's different.
I would assume they're from where the Sekimeya was left on the sofa, but that can't be it. It should have still been on the crystal floor then. What bugs me is they don't seem to continue. Once they get to the sofa, they don't go anywhere else. I don't believe they go back to the door either, but I might be missing the returning ones. Now that Kate walked over them, it's even harder to tell. It's still somewhat possible to distinguish the size and direction they're facing. Without a doubt, they don't belong to the same person who left the other ones. That's Kate, if you were wondering. Okay, so so the first time that they came to the attic, the first time, there were footprints going away from the sofa and a briefcase there. This time, the Sekimeya is on the sofa, and there are footprints that go there and don't go anywhere else. So this definitely feeds into the theory that had the briefcase with the Sekimeya, took the Sekimeya out, touched it, Sekimeya disappears, but person gets shifted to another timeline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which was the timeline of the first chapter.
Yeah, and they appear with the briefcase, and then they walk away from the sofa instead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because it would work like the cart. It would work like the cart where they touch the
Yeah. So is there two timelines? So is the timeline they went to the other one that we just saw then, and we're just seeing the other timeline that this one's entangled with, or is there more than one?
There has to be another one where Mia is alive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Simply by the existence of these footprints, this level of reasoning is possible for Side. This level of reasoning is possible for Mouse too. Okay, what's up?
Are we even sure we're Shiroya? Like when he said Shiroya, maybe she just used Shiroya's ticket that she brought, right?
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's
yeah.
True.
Like we might be Mia, right? Like who
that's
knows?
true. We could be Mia. Yeah, we could be Mia. It could be a bamboozle. Yeah, you're right. We could.
Yeah,
it's pretty likely. Mia. Yeah.
The fact that they did that Shiroya thing and then no one has called her Shiroya at all since then, it's yeah. I think we're Mia.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Okay. And it's one where no one met Shiroya. Yeah, in the other timeline, no one met Shiroya. Yeah, so I think that's got to be it, right?
Yeah.
Can we summarize the plot so far in 10 words or less? Time traveling egg loops. I hope that helps. What kind of movie are you making in your head? You went to the sofa, probably placed the Sekimeya there. Perhaps there was something else sitting on there that the previous person left behind. Then you went through that hallway door, and you later came back to leave through the main door. However, this doesn't make sense either. Going off the number of footprints, it seems like you went from the door to the sofa twice, but only once from the sofa to the hallway. What the hell happened there? You didn't jump to the kitchen, did you? This is the most preposterous thing I have ever heard. We have to go down again right now. I thought you wanted to find Naomi. Like I said, the older footprints don't seem to lead through the door and the elevator doesn't work. That means she's probably still here. This is a very small place. It shouldn't take more than half a minute to confirm it. By the way, what's the smell?
I was wondering that. It's a bit strong.
I don't know. These rooms are pretty much abandoned, so it must be something from here. It's not that bad. I feel like I've smelled it before, but I don't know where.
Really?
I might be imagining it. I forget, am I doing this or are you?
I think I am right now. Sai tried to power on the TV, but it didn't seem functional. He opened the hallway door next, evidently concerned about stepping over the footprints any further.
Oh yeah, August has a good point. The metagaming is that's why you never see the protag in Chapter 1 because his appearance isn't really important. It's so you don't question Chapter 2 when the same thing happens as the setup. That's true.
Yep.
Well, let's see if Naomi's here. Come on.
Every room was quickly checked. The entire attic was arranged like a modest apartment, but it was well preserved, probably thanks to Naomi. I finished at the higher level of the left bedroom. Aside from the bedrooms, there was only a bathroom, the kitchen, and an empty storage room with no lights. Surprisingly, there were security cameras even in the bedrooms. That's so weird. And Naomi was nowhere to be found. To make sure she couldn't have left unseen, Kate and Akara waited in the hallway and living room respectively. We could be certain the attic was empty by the time we arrived.
10 minutes, still a decent stopping point, apparently.
All of us were united.
I don't get it either. What the hell is Naomi doing? You're right, it's bizarre, but only because of the footprints I pointed out. You have Naomi's keyring, so you must know where she is. In addition, it seems like your own footprints did the same as hers at least one of the times they went from the entrance to the sofa. I will repeat myself, those were not mine. Honestly, the question is there no matter who they belonged to. From the sofa, the only way to stop the footprints would be by jumping to the kitchen, which isn't carpeted.
Suddenly, he turned around and entered the hallway. Egg. I peeked in and saw him walking toward the elevator. He grabbed its handle and tried to open it. Just like on the crystal floor, it didn't budge. I already checked if it was here. Once some silent seconds had passed, he pressed the elevator button, sighing after nothing occurred.
This doesn't make any sense. Unless I misinterpreted it, the person who left the footprint should still be here. Maybe even two people. Was it a trick in case we noticed them? What if the first person stayed on the sofa, and when Kate came, they exited through the main door, stepping over his footprints and taking advantage of the bigger shoe size?
Everyone went quiet. The sigh, it probably seemed like we found what he was saying to be a bit of a reach.
I know that still doesn't explain the set of Kate's footprints that didn't continue, but that could have been fabricated by him all at once if you wanted to make it seem like he walked to the sofa twice.
Meanwhile, Katsuki in his head, yeah, he's right. Yeah, let's go. Oh my god, yeah, oh man. Nobody said anything in response. When he realized we were all staring at something, he turned around just to find the spot, but failed to notice anything important.
What the hell are you all looking at?
The button. It lit up for a second, right? Yeah. It did.
What?
Again, he grabbed the handle and pulled it toward him. We heard and saw the elevator opening. Pressing the button had brought it to the attic, and its interior was empty. Oh, it's working. Now we can use it. Yay!
Of course, they just left with the elevator. It has to be that. Kate!
We heard a sigh come from the living room, and subsequently footsteps approaching.
Oh, the elevator was here? No, the elevator was not here. I just called it and it arrived. What? That's not possible. They all saw it. The elevator is working. But it wasn't a few minutes ago. We just tested it. Could the alarm not have affected the attic's button? No, it did. I believe you're lying again. After all, your footprints indicated that you escaped from here the same way the other ones did, and it could have only been with the elevator. I will choose to stop playing along with you. However, if the elevator is really working, I can only think of one explanation that makes sense. That it was just enabled minutes or seconds ago while we were all here. Oh, I see. It just turned on magically. That tracks. Have you forgotten about Naomi again? She still has to be somewhere. Not only that, you left a security room open, and she might have had enough information to know how to revert some effects of the alarm. You're so stupid. What? Of course, if the elevator was enabled just now, Naomi, who most likely left the initial footprints, couldn't have escaped this place. However, you just said you left the security room open. Have you forgotten about the lie you told us earlier? You said that after closing the door of the security room, it would lock itself automatically. So, did you just assume they didn't close the door after leaving? Did you see it open, maybe?
Oh, I'm pretty sure we did close it when we left.
You all are way too mean to Kate. I know bandwagoning is fun, but there's no need to get together and bully him for internet good points or something. Do you think the George Defender knew that they were creating like a historically good copy pasta with that? Because it's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Like, it's so good.
I'm just saying, if Kate looked like a Chad, we wouldn't be this hard on him right now, okay? I'm just saying.
I know it was closed when I went back up. That's why I'm saying all this. And of course, it didn't lock itself automatically, which is why he said that you'd left it open, completely ignoring the contradictory claim he made earlier to cover his previous lie-up. Yeah, the George copy pasta. Somebody made a George defense thread on Joe's subreddit that is...
Funny.
It's good. It's good. I'm not sure why you sound so excited. So am I wrong? You're on a wrong streak. We already determined earlier that the alarm underwent an error and didn't lock the security room after I left, did we not? Why would I assume that it worked after they closed it? I figured the error probably repeated and the door wouldn't have locked itself even if they closed it. Is it a Quora poster genuine? I think it's genuine. I don't know what your problem is, but cut it out. As I said, Naomi might have just re-enabled the elevator. How do you pretend to explain the footprints then? Hell if I know. I barely get what you're talking about, and I'm inclined to believe it's another delusion of yours.
True.
Now, for the love of God, let's go to the crystal floor. Naomi might be there, and the Sekimeya needs to be put in the cabinet. We have to contact the outside as well.
All right, we'll take the elevator.
Oh, not all of us will be able to at once. Only 4 people can use it.
As soon as she heard that, Isla rushed inside, dragging Irina by her shirt. Me, I'm going elevator.
You still have the attic key, right? Yeah.
Yes. Oh.
We'll walk down then. It's very important that this floor remains locked, even if Naomi has her own key. I don't want any of you coming in without my knowledge. Sure.
Sai and Akaro entered the elevator.
Hurry up and leave now. You won't be able to make it back up without the key. As you see, it's required to enable the floor 7 button. We won't leave until you're gone.
Sai rolled his eyes and let go of the door. A few seconds later, Kate checked that the elevator had left. He spent a few seconds in thought before lightly pushing Mai and Katsuki's shoulders back.
Bro, get your hands off me,
Yeah, what the fuck? Since he had left the living room, Katsuki went there through the kitchen, confirming that the attic was empty, although it was clear that nobody had gone there just by looking at the floor's footprints. Kate stared at the Sekimeya for a few seconds, then he crouched to lift it up and held it in his hands using the long sleeves of his uniform. Oh, he knows!
He knows, yeah.
Yeah, he knows.
Let's go.
We carefully went down the dark staircase. Outside, I took the keyring out of my purse and locked the door. Through the silence we descended, I caught a glimpse of Katsuki's face again. I've been trying to avoid looking at it. Oof. Usually I figured he would have taken Sai much more seriously, but he'd hardly appeared to care about what the guy said. His suspicion toward Kate wasn't the indicator I'd been waiting for. How much longer would I have to play along for? Ever since she'd exited our lives, I kept telling myself that it would all eventually go back to how it was at the beginning. However, dealing with his attitude until then and with my parents in the background was way too frustrating. Oh man, she hates him. We were living in his house, which had been his immediate idea. If it weren't for that, I would have assumed his mental state wasn't going to get better anytime soon, that he wanted to remain alone.
Yeah, whenever I made the Sekimeya room in Fantasy Life, people were like, why are there plants? That's way too decorated. Look, there's just fucking random plants everywhere. That's why I put them in there. Sorry.
Random plants.
Look at them.
Are there more plants this time than last time? Behind
Maybe.
Katsuki and Kate, who my focus was switched to, his face was hardly a more pleasant sight, as it looked slightly distressed and in pain, traces that disappeared as soon as his eyes met mine. I had no clue what had happened during the attack, but plenty of things about him were iffy at best.
Sereth is a hero in every life now? Oh my god. Good place to stop? Okay. Good place to stop.
Good place to stop.
Good place to stop. Alright. I respect the call of the mouse of the streams.
Alright, this was an interesting episode.
This was, yeah. I'm every time we read, I get more interested. I am pleasantly surprised. Sid, Boulder isn't here to face my accusations. But Boulder made it sound like this would just be like the biggest drag of all time.
27 hours.
27 hours.
Sekimeya barrels.
Yeah. I'm really interested in what's going on, for real.
I thought you wouldn't be because it's more of a mystery thing, but I guess it's got you.
Well, like I still really like mysteries. It's just that whenever it was Katsuki basically just like talking endlessly about like where people are going and what they're doing in hallway A, B, and C, like that, and searching all of the shit, like that was really it just felt like someone was reading a logic book out loud to me. But this part has had like pacing and character interactions and stuff, and so that's good. That's better. It's an improvement. Like, it seems like the further we get in, the more of that there is. Welcome, Man of Answers Raiders. We just finished reading for the day. Thanks for the raid. We're about to raid
Raiders.
somewhere else.
Yeah. Snowballing the raid.
Yeah, snowballing the raid. It's interesting how we have character backstory and intrigue even. Yeah, like I was joking about the slice of life, but it was interesting to get a little bit of that, and it seems like with this like, if this is Mia, who I assume that it is, now we're getting like a little bit about her, which is super interesting. So, oh, how you doing, Mouse of the Streams? Thank you for resubbing with 4 months. Sekimeya barrels. Sekimeya barrels to you too.
Sekimeya barrels.
I got done with 100 line reading myself. You're done with the whole thing? You're done?
Congratulations. Congratulations. Finally done. Here's what we're told. No, just for today.
No? Oh,
Yep.
no.
Yeah, there we go. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. 54 out of 100. My god.
Oh my god, that's so scary.
Okay, I don't have anyone to raid. Who
Oh.
should we raid? Who should we take Man of Answers raiders to? Who's got someone? Joe, do not do all 100 endings. Uh-oh.
All right, beef tongue stew or pork skewers? What do we think?
What?
£4.90 for the beef tongue stew versus pork
Oh my
skewers.
God.
Price for 3 skewers, £8. It's got to be the skewers, right?
Red Light Arrow? Okay. I saw 2 people say that, so that sounds good to me. Looks like we're going to Marvel Rivals. Good luck, everyone. All right.
Thank you for watching.
Thank you for watching. I will be back on Wednesday with I think I'm gonna get back to Expedition 33 finally. And Joe, you're doing Umineko Tuesday?
I might do the AP thing on Tuesday. I'm not sure yet. We'll decide when I get there. Yeah.
Sounds good. It's good to me. See everybody soon. Go put the raid out.
Have a good night.
Have a good night, everyone. The AP exam. Yeah, the AP exam is just like a bunch of questions about Umineko to help him with his theorizing. Which won't get backseated at all, and everybody will be totally normal about it. All right. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks for coming.
See you later.